Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Even in the most loving and tight-knit families, disagreements, misunderstandings, and conflicts can arise. Yet, it's often within the family that people seek comfort, support, and validation. But the closer the bonds, the more dangerous and unforgiving things can become. The story of a young woman named Anjana Lama Mahat is both disturbing and deeply unsettling in its intensity. The crime took place inside the walls of a luxurious home owned by a well-respected family. Everyone involved hoped to sweep the matter under the rug, allegedly going so far as to offer bribes to law enforcement. What makes this case even more shocking is that the Mahat family had always been seen as a picture of success and harmony. They never aired their grievances in public, and that's exactly why what happened took everyone by surprise. Anjana Lama was born on August 26, 1995, in the small industrial town of Hetauda, located in the southern central region of Nepal. She was the eldest in a large family with limited financial means. Growing up, she helped raise her 3 younger sisters and her brother, taking on responsibilities well beyond her years. She also supported her mother with household chores, cleaning, doing laundry, and learning to cook at an early age. From a young age, Anjana had a special charm that made her stand out. Her kind and caring nature, combined with a warm personality, drew people in. She was friendly, always willing to lend a hand, and had a natural ability to connect with others, whether classmates, neighbors, or strangers. Academically, Anjana was a solid student. While not at the top of her class, her teachers consistently noted her intelligence, determination, and mature attitude toward her studies. Everyone believed she had a bright future ahead. With her striking looks and slim, athletic figure, Anjana began attracting attention during her teen years. But it wasn't just her appearance that made her popular. She had a fun, light-hearted personality and could easily become the life of any social gathering. She avoided confrontation and always tried to resolve disagreements peacefully. Anjana had a real talent for drawing and dreamed of becoming an artist, fashion designer, or working in the beauty industry. She had all the potential to succeed, but she couldn't rely on financial support or connections from her family. Everything she achieved would have to come from her own hard work. While still in school, she met a young man named Prajwal Mahat, who was a year older. He came from a high-stoppage Chetri family, while Anjana's background was from the Tamang ethnic group, historically of Mongolian descent. His parents, Pushpa and Kamal Bahadur, were wealthy, well-known, and highly respected in the community. His older brother Ujwal was a successful sound producer and had even worked on promoting one of Nepal's most famous songs, Suna Seli. From the start, there was a strong mutual attraction between Anjana and Prajwal. They became close friends and started spending more and more time together. They shared many interests, hobbies, and ambitions. Still, they initially kept their distance, knowing that their different backgrounds made any relationship between them socially unacceptable. But as time passed, their bond deepened into something much more than friendship. They couldn't imagine being apart and made a promise to stay together no matter what, even if it meant going against deeply rooted traditions. Naturally, when their relationship came to light, both families strongly opposed it and forbade them from seeing each other. Ujwal, Prajwal's older brother, was the only one willing to support the couple. Touched by their story and believing in the sincerity of their feelings, he agreed to help them. They came up with a plan to leave quietly and arranged a private wedding. Ujwal even paid for the ceremony out of his own pocket. His intentions were noble, but once news of the marriage broke, it sparked a serious family scandal. The couple tied the knot in late 2016. Anjana was 21 years old at the time, and her new husband had just turned 22. For the first few months, the newlyweds had to move from one low-cost rental apartment to another, without stable jobs or reliable income. They relied heavily on Ujwal's financial help. Prajwal was doing his best to find employment, but the only opportunities he could secure were short-term and low-paying gigs. In early February 2017, Prajwal received a call from his mother, Pushpa. They talked for several hours. She tried to convince her younger son to come back home, but he made it clear he wouldn't go anywhere without his wife. Eventually, it was agreed that both he and Anjana would move into the Mahat family home, a large estate located in the bustling city of Lalitpur. Prajwal was the youngest child in the family. His two older sisters were already married and had moved in with their husbands at the Mahat residence. The household now included his parents, his brother Ujwal, Ujwal's wife Ashwarya, and their son Santosh. Anjana's first few months in her new home were far from welcoming. She constantly felt out of place and sensed an unspoken hostility from almost everyone around her. She had no idea how to earn the approval of her in-laws, and it was clear she wasn't fully accepted. Things were made even more difficult by the fact that she had no one to confide in. Her own parents were still upset with her and weren't even speaking over the phone. During a major holiday, when the Mahat home was filled with extended family, longtime friends and business associates of Kamal Bahadur, Anjana wasn't even allowed to come out of her room. It was painfully obvious that the family was ashamed to introduce her to their guests due to her less prestigious background. The slight was devastating, and she spent the entire evening alone, crying behind closed doors. Despite everything, Anjana tried her best to be kind and respectful. She never raised her voice, never argued, and did all she could to fit in. Soon after they settled in, the family patriarch arranged a job for Prajwal at one of the major companies he worked with. It was a way of giving his son some independence while still keeping him under close watch. Prajwal quickly began to succeed, earning respect, climbing the corporate ladder, and bringing in a decent income. The Mahat household ran on strict rules that applied to everyone, even with house staff and domestic help. Every family member had specific responsibilities. Disrupting the order was not acceptable. Each morning, the adults left for work, and the kids went off to school. Only Anjana stayed behind. She had yet to find a job, and her in-laws didn't seem in any hurry to assist her in getting one. In May 2017, Anjana told her husband that she was finally ready to chase a dream she had carried with her for years, opening a small beauty salon in their neighborhood. She had already found a location for lease, researched the details, assessed the market demand for the services she wanted to offer, and even put together a business plan. But there was one problem. She didn't have the startup capital to make it happen. At that point, Prajwal had started earning a decent income and had managed to set some money aside, but it still wasn't enough. He turned to his parents for help, but they refused, skeptical that Anjana's idea could succeed. Once again, Ujwal stepped in. He believed in her vision and provided the funds she needed to get her business off the ground. Anjana threw herself into the project with incredible passion. She poured her heart into the salon, and it didn't take long before it started to pay off. The business became profitable rather quickly. Her success didn't go unnoticed. Her in-laws, who had once doubted her, now saw her in a whole new light. They began to recognize her as an independent, ambitious, and intelligent woman with a natural talent for business. Over time, the Mahat family's attitude toward Anjana changed. They started to value her opinions, show her genuine respect, and eventually accepted and embraced her as part of the family. For the first time, she felt a sense of peace and belonging. However, one thing still weighed on her. She hadn't reconnected with her own parents, and the silence between them remained unbroken. That's when Anjana came up with an idea. Her younger brother had just graduated from school, and she suggested he move to Lalitpur to attend one of the city's universities, where he would have far more opportunities than in their rural hometown. The plan was for him to live with Anjana and Prajwal in the Mahat family home, under her care and guidance. Prajwal's parents didn't object to the idea. In fact, they were open to welcoming the teenager into their household. To finalize everything, both families decided to meet in person. During this conversation, Anjana's parents saw firsthand that the Mahats were supportive and willing to provide a good environment for their son while he pursued his education. This meeting opened the door for reconciliation. Anjana was finally able to reconnect with her parents, and the misunderstandings and tension between them began to fade. From that point on, the two families stayed in close contact. Anjana and Prajwal made regular visits, and Anjana spoke with her mother almost daily. Her brother enrolled in a respected university, and the Mahat household welcomed him with warmth and kindness. As social media began to take off in Nepal, Anjana created several personal accounts across different platforms. The one that really stood out to her was TikTok. She began posting short videos showing the day-to-day life of her beauty salon, sharing skincare routines, product reviews, and tips on creating stylish looks. With her striking appearance, charisma, and confidence, Anjana quickly gained attention online. Her content started to go viral, and her follower count climbed into the tens of thousands. Viewers admired her radiant, almost Hollywood-like beauty, flooded her comment sections with compliments, and trusted her advice. Her online presence became an extension of her growing influence in both business and lifestyle. At one point, Anjana caught the attention of a modeling agency. They began offering her opportunities to participate in various photo shoots, promotional campaigns, and runway shows. For Anjana, it felt like a dream come true, something she had only fantasized about in her younger years. She seized every chance to put herself out there and quickly became a local celebrity. Confident and composed in front of the camera, Anjana embraced her new role. She experimented with a wide range of styles, including some daring and bold looks. Her modeling fees increased rapidly, and before long, her beauty salon started taking a back seat. Eventually, she closed the business altogether. Modeling had become her full-time career, and it was significantly more lucrative. Her popularity continued to soar, reaching far beyond the borders of Nepal. International modeling agencies began expressing interest in her work, offering attractive contracts and opportunities abroad. She and her husband started seriously considering a move overseas. Their top choice was Canada, and soon the couple began preparing for the transition. When they broke the news to their families, the reactions were calm but cautious. While neither set of parents was thrilled about the idea of them moving so far away, no one tried to stop them. In fact, both families offered their support in helping the couple pursue their dream. Back in 2018, Ujwal had begun facing serious health complications following a prolonged illness. He started losing his hearing at a rapid pace, and by the end of the year, he was no longer able to work as a sound engineer. It was a devastating blow, but during this difficult time, Prajwal was his greatest support, helping him stay afloat. Emotionally, news of Prajwal's potential move to another country came as yet another emotional shock to Ujwal. Adding fuel to the fire was Ujwal's wife, Aishwarya. It's important to note that their marriage had been arranged. His parents had selected Aishwarya from a wealthy and influential family. She carried herself with pride and a sense of superiority. From the moment Anjana moved into the Mahat family home, Aishwarya took a strong dislike to her. She often made it clear that she believed Anjana didn't belong in their circle. Things eventually seemed to calm down, but when Anjana successfully launched her beauty salon and began to gain recognition, Aishwarya's jealousy began to show. The tension intensified when Anjana transitioned into modeling and started to thrive. She was young, beautiful, successful, and had built her career from the ground up. Even Anjana's in-laws, once skeptical, had grown to respect her deeply and considered her their favorite. Aishwarya, on the other hand, was consumed with resentment over Anjana's rising success. Fueled by bitterness, Aishwarya started spreading gossip and creating divisions within the family. She painted a damaging picture of Anjana, claiming that her modeling career was a cover for questionable behavior and alleged secret relationships. To back up her claims, she showed the in-laws photos of Anjana from swimsuit advertisements and insisted that such images were inappropriate for a married woman. Aishwarya had stirred up family drama on more than one occasion, but each time, Anjana's husband stood by her and managed to de-escalate the situation. Over time, the rest of the family grew tired of Aishwarya's provocations, and her emotional outbursts were no longer taken seriously. That's when she shifted her focus to her own husband, Ujwal, trying to turn him against Anjana. The situation worsened dramatically when Ujwal's illness forced him to stop working. Now spending most of his time at home, he became a captive audience for Aishwarya's ongoing complaints. She continually painted Anjana in a negative light, accusing her of causing rifts within the family. When she learned that Anjana and Prajwal were preparing to move to Canada, her frustration boiled over. Blinded by envy and resentment, Aishwarya began telling Ujjwal that Anjana was tearing the family apart and planning to take Prajwal away for good. With his health failing and his younger brother being one of his few sources of emotional support, Ujjwal started to believe that he was being abandoned, left alone, during the hardest time of his life. Anjana had previously shared with her parents how difficult things had become living under the same roof as Aishwarya. She explained that Aishwarya constantly tried to sabotage her and spread false rumors. Her mother advised her to stay calm, avoid reacting to hostility, and not to air the family's dirty laundry, insisting these were only temporary hardships. On May 9, 2019, around 4 p.m. the phone rang in the Lama household. Anjana's mother picked it up and heard the trembling voice of her in-law, who pleaded with her to come to the Mahat home. Immediately, the woman was crying and couldn't give clear answers. She just kept asking them to hurry. It was immediately clear that something terrible had happened. Although the distance between the two homes was just over 60 miles, a traffic accident on the highway caused massive delays. What should have taken about an hour ended up being a grueling 6-hour drive. By the time Anjana's parents arrived, the Mahat residence was surrounded by police cars and a growing crowd of onlookers, including neighbors and passers-by near the entrance. Anjana's younger brother sat with his back against the wall, his hands covering his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. It was clear that something irreversible had taken place, but the full scope was still unknown. One of the officers approached Anjana's father and asked him to come inside together. They walked up to a second-floor bedroom. What he saw next was so traumatic, so deeply disturbing, that it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lying on the bed was the brutally disfigured body of his beloved daughter. The grief was overwhelming, his vision blurred by tears. His breath caught in his throat. He stumbled out of the house, barely able to process what he had just witnessed. His wife, seeing the agony on his face, instantly understood their daughter was gone. What had happened to Anjana wasn't just a crime. It was a calculated and brutal act. Her left hand had been severed entirely and lay on the floor. Her left leg above the knee had been almost completely detached with a single blow from a sharp weapon. Her head was barely connected to her body, and her face was so badly injured that it was nearly unrecognizable. Devastated by what had happened, Anjana's parents demanded that the police arrest every member of the Mahat household, accusing them of conspiracy and involvement in the crime. But what they heard next from the officers left them stunned. The person responsible had already confessed, was in custody, and was providing a full statement at the station. The person behind the act was Ujjwal, the same man who had once helped the young couple elope and whom Anjana had trusted as both a brother figure and a close friend. It turned out that under constant pressure from his wife, Ujjwal had become convinced that Anjana was manipulative and greedy, determined to destroy the family and take Prajwal away to another country. With his declining health and lack of work, Ujjwal dwelled on these thoughts every day. Eventually, his resentment boiled over. He began to see Anjana's cheerful demeanor and her preparations to move abroad as deeply offensive, and hatred took hold. On the day the tragedy occurred, Prajwal, his father, and Aishwarya had all gone to work. Santosh and Anjana's younger brother were at school. At home were only Anjana, Ujjwal, and their mother, Pushpa, who wasn't feeling well and had gone to lie down. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Around noon, Anjana stepped outside to fill a container with water from the outdoor tap so she could water her beloved flowers near the house. She was in high spirits, humming a tune and dancing as she moved. From the balcony above, Ujjwal watched her intently, trying to decide how to carry out what he had already resolved to do. When Anjana came back inside, she went to her bedroom and lay down with her phone in hand. Meanwhile, Ujjwal was choosing his weapon. First, he picked up a large kitchen knife, but after handling it briefly, he decided it wasn't enough. He then went to the storage room, where, among the tools, was a kukri, a large, curved, traditional Nepali blade used by Gurkha soldiers. Armed with the kukri, Ujjwal went upstairs and entered Anjana's room. She, still focused on her phone, casually asked what he needed. Instead of answering, he approached the bed. It wasn't until he raised the weapon that she realized something was terribly wrong. She instinctively raised her arm to shield herself, and the first blow severed her hand. Despite her screams and the horrific scene unfolding, Ujwal continued his attack, striking repeatedly. He didn't stop until he was sure there was no chance of survival. The final blow severed her head, leaving no doubt about the brutality of the act. The room was soaked in blood, as was Ujwal himself. Forensic experts later counted more than 15 wounds on her body, most of them fatal, even on their own. After the violent attack, Ujwal went to his mother's bedroom and calmly told her what he had done. In complete shock, she decided her first priority was to protect her son. She immediately called her husband and asked him to come home right away. Together, they contacted the police. But when officers arrived, the couple tried to pretend they didn't know the victim. It may have sounded naive or even absurd at first, but given the condition of the remains, identifying the victim was nearly impossible. However, police quickly narrowed down who the body likely belonged to. They refused to move forward without formal identification and requested that Anjana's parents come in for the process. Despite the devastating injuries, her father immediately recognized his daughter. Suspicion initially fell on all members of the Maha household, but Ujwal, realizing the legal danger his family faced, chose to confess. He claimed full responsibility, stating that he acted alone and that no one else in the home knew of his intentions. He gave a detailed account of what had happened, turned over the weapon used, and even handed in his blood-soaked clothes. In a disturbing twist, Ujwal had become so consumed by what he was doing that he failed to notice he had severed part of his own finger. It apparently happened during the final moments of the act, and he only realized the injury after stepping out of the room, trying to decide what to do next. Anjana's parents had long known about the toxic environment in her marital home. They were aware that Aishwarya, her brother-in-law's wife, held deep animosity toward her and had influenced others in the household against her. They believed she may have played a role in fueling Ujwal's anger and driving him to commit the crime. The Lama family demanded that Aishwarya also be arrested for incitement, but authorities declined. Ujwal continued to insist he acted alone and bore full responsibility. Ujwal's wealthy parents hired one of the top attorneys in the country, sparing no expense in hopes of reducing the consequences their son faced. They were willing to go to great lengths to protect their eldest, even if it meant interfering with the justice process. Prajwal, however, stood firmly with Anjana. Grieving parents, he demanded the harshest penalty for his brother, refusing to accept what had happened. The betrayal was immense. This was the same man who had once supported his marriage, shown kindness to Anjana, and played a key role in their early happiness. Prajwal simply couldn't comprehend how someone so close to them could transform into someone capable of such cruelty. What hurt him most was seeing his parents rally behind the person responsible. Their loyalty to Ujwal and their efforts to shield him from justice felt like a betrayal of both their daughter-in-law and their surviving son. Feeling abandoned by his own family, Prajwal joined Anjani's parents in their fight for justice. The attorney hired by the Mahat family worked tirelessly to delay the proceedings and protect his client, but Ujwal remained firm in his original confession, afraid that any change in his story might draw his wife or parents into the case. It took 2 full years for a verdict to be reached. When the trial finally concluded, Ujwal was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. But the story didn't end there. Ujwal, along with his legal team, filed an appeal with a new legal strategy, hoping for a different outcome. This time, the defense attorney claimed that his client was suffering from a psychological condition that had worsened due to his hearing loss and the emotional toll of losing his career. The court ordered a series of psychiatric evaluations to assess the validity of the claim. However, after thorough examination, mental health professionals concluded that Ujwal was mentally stable, fully aware of his actions, and capable of understanding their consequences. As a result, the original sentence was upheld, and Ujwal was sent to prison to serve his life sentence, without the possibility of parole. As for Prajwal, he remained in Nepal until the legal process was over. He stood by Anjana's grieving parents, offering them support, and even testified in court against his own brother. Once the final verdict was delivered and justice had been served, Prajwal left the country. He flew to Canada, fulfilling the dream he and Anjana had once shared together. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Pretending to be in love can be done for a variety of reasons, but it usually occurs when someone has a specific objective in mind, such as gaining money, wanting closeness, or trying to influence events to their advantage. However, everything seems very real to the person on the other side of the deceit, and the more this emotional game is played, the more unexpected the result can be. Nobody could have predicted that an apparently innocent romance between college students would take such a fatal turn. Yet the case of Brenda Michele Gordillo shocked Argentina with its unfathomable cruelty. On May 16, 1995, Brenda Michele Gordillo was born in the Catamarca province of Argentina. Raised with her two elder brothers, Federico and Ivan, she was the only daughter and youngest of three siblings in a middle-class household. They took care of her and protected her at all times. Additionally, she was especially close to her mother, Florencia. Brenda was an intelligent student who was organized, responsible, and tenacious. She got along with others, avoided confrontations, and settled arguments amicably. She flourished in social situations. Her early decision to seek a career in psychology to assist people was not surprising, as she had a natural aptitude to mediate conflicts. Brenda enjoyed being on stage, participated in school theater performances, and was active in dance and gymnastics. People were drawn to her since she had a wide circle of acquaintances, and they frequently sought her guidance and valued her viewpoint. She was admitted to a prominent university in the capital after high school, where she studied psychology with an emphasis on conflict resolution and negotiation. Professors predicted that she would have a bright future, and she soon rose to the top of her program. Prior to a sad incident that occurred during her second to last year of college, Brenda had intended to remain in the capital and pursue a profession there. Her brother called her one evening with the heartbreaking news that their father had died unexpectedly after a heart attack. Their mother, who was now left alone at the family home, was particularly shocked by the loss, but the whole family was as well. Brenda's brothers had already gotten married and moved out before then. Following her studies, Brenda went back to her homeland of Catamarca to be with her mother while she was still in Buenos Aires getting her degree. In addition to finding employment, she made the decision to continue her education by enrolling in a nearby university's law school. She once again became fully involved in school life and met new acquaintances, including a young man named Naim Vera. On June 11, 1999, Naim Vera was born in Catamarca, and he was the youngest of two sons in a wealthy and well-known family of renowned physicians. His mother was a pediatrician with a private practice, and his father was a renowned cardiac surgeon. Growing up, Naim was surrounded by his elder brother Jaime, who was the total antithesis of him. The best opportunities were given to them by their parents. However, Naim was different from a young age, whereas Jaime was driven and aspired to become a doctor like them. He was attractive and naturally charming, but he was also sluggish, entitled, and self-centered. He was well-liked because he constantly wore stylish, high-end clothing and exuded confidence. He knew how to make an impact, and the girls at school were smitten. Naim started dabbling with illegal substances in his later school years, which frequently got him into problems. But because of his family's influence, he never really suffered any repercussions. With multiple instances connected to bullying, physical altercations, and aggressive behavior, he gained a reputation for being conceited and hostile. His disposition frequently eclipsed everything else, even though he had a fortunate background. After graduating from high school in 2018, Naim made the decision to change his ways and break his bad habits and careless choices. After receiving therapy for his substance abuse problems, he was eventually admitted to law school. He met Brenda there, and he fell in love with her right away. Brenda was likewise immediately drawn to the assertive and self-assured young man. When they first met, he had just turned 19 and she was 23. She appreciated his attentiveness, despite the obvious age difference. They talked for hours at a pub on their first date together, and later that evening they visited Naim's parents' apartment, which he had the key to. They developed an intimate relationship that evening and started going out on a regular basis after that. Brenda felt genuinely in love for the first time in her life, and everyone could see it. The shift was noted by relatives and friends. She appeared to be happier than before. But in reality, none of them had ever met the man who had captured her heart. Brenda casually mentioned that Naeem was her future fiancé, but she only showed her mother and brother photos of him from social media, despite the fact that she talked about him frequently. As time went by, it became evident that Naeem had no plans to introduce Brenda to his friends or family. They never made public appearances together as a couple, and their connection was limited to the same apartment. Brenda told herself that he just needed more time, even though it seemed odd. She secretly feared that Naeem's hesitation stemmed from their age gap. Even though Naeem was getting farther away from Brenda over the course of the months-long secret meetings, Brenda stayed devoted to the connection. She clung to the belief that their relationship was still solid and refused to accept the change in his behavior. Brenda got a call one day from an unknown number. The man on the other line warned her and identified himself as Naeem's cousin. He warned her to exercise caution. According to him, Naeem has a violent background and would have already faced harsh judicial repercussions for his prior deeds if it weren't for his powerful parents. Brenda refused to heed to the caller's advice to break up with him before it was too late. In the middle of February 2019, Brenda found out she was expecting. Although she was completely taken aback by the news, she felt very thrilled, despite her first disbelief. She thought that Naeem would be compelled to take things more seriously and commit to her at last, and that this would be the pivotal moment in their relationship. Brenda broke the news at their next meeting. Naeem was stunned at first, but then his expression changed dramatically. He became enraged and insisted that he was not prepared to be a parent and that he had no immediate plans to have a child. With the promise of paying for everything, he coerced Brenda into ending the pregnancy. Brenda flatly refused. She clarified that she had health issues and that it was truly miraculous that she was pregnant. As their disagreement got more heated, Naeem advised Brenda that it would be best if they broke up permanently. They stopped dating for a period, but they kept messaging one another on social media. During this period, Brenda confessed in a close friend that she still wanted to see him again and that she missed him deeply. She went so far as to claim that she had never loved someone as much as she did him. Finally, at the end of February, Naeem gave her a call. He recommended that they have a calm conversation in person. Brenda was ecstatic, certain that he had reconsidered. Her best friend, with whom she had shared the news, assured her that everything would be fine. On the evening of February 28, 2019, the meeting was scheduled. Brenda had received an invitation to a classmate's birthday celebration that evening. She went to Naeem's flat after the celebration and didn't leave again. Brenda did not attend her university courses the following day, Friday, March 1, which was very rare for her. No one could get in touch with her, and she had never missed a lecture without a good reason. Nobody was aware of her location. Brenda's daughter had informed her mother that she would not be returning home that evening, and her mother was aware of the birthday celebration. She did not, however, say if she would remain with her partner or a buddy. At first, her mother wasn't concerned because she had intended to go directly to class in the morning. Brenda didn't know something was amiss until the university called later that afternoon to inquire about her location. Family and friends began looking for her right away. She wouldn't simply vanish without telling anyone. Everyone knew. Nevertheless, there was hope now. Maybe she had just been with Naeem and had forgotten the time. However, while her loved ones were desperately phoning for any information, something else happened that completely altered the situation. In a moment, whatever last hope was gone. Brenda had left. Naeem Vera, his father, and 2 lawyers entered the Catamarca police station early on the morning of March 1, 2019. "I wanted to confess and tell the authorities about a tragic event that had happened the night before," the young man said. After being led to an interrogation room, he quietly gave his account of what had happened. Despite his obviously troubled appearance, he spoke confidently and remained composed. Naeem asserted that he had planned to have a sexual encounter with a female acquaintance at his flat that night. He claimed that they had previously spent time together in this manner, devoid of obligations or demands, but this one night they got into a fight, and he asked her to leave right away. A staircase connected the apartment's 2 levels. Naeem claimed that during the intense argument, Brenda retreated a step, stumbled, and fell down the steps. He maintained that it was too late when he attempted to apprehend her. She was not responding when he got to her. There was nothing he could do to help. The fall had caused Brenda to sustain a catastrophic neck injury. Naeem became terrified when he learned he was responsible for the incident. He decided to get rid of the evidence out of desperation and fear. There was nothing else he could do but try to eliminate the remains. He retrieved lighter fluid from a cabinet, poured it over Brenda, and sparked a match using a big outside grill on the terrace. The fire started right away, but the heavy smoke became unbearable as the flames rose too high. He became aware that things were getting out of hand at that very moment. Surprised to see someone grilling meat in the middle of the night, a man from a nearby flat peeked out, but as Naeem caught sight of him, he waved and smiled with a welcoming attitude. This neighbor later testified in court that Naeem seemed quite calm, if not content, and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He didn't consider calling the police. Naeem quickly came to the conclusion that his scheme was failing and that a grill was not a crematorium. He dragged the remains back inside, knowing he would never be able to get rid of them entirely. He cut off the lower and top parts of the corpse with a big knife. Then, still not knowing how to get rid of them, he put everything in boxes, put it in garbage bags, and put everything in his car. In a moment, he decided to drive without direction. He threw out the bottom half in whatever dumpster he happened to pass. Regarding the top part, he left the city and pulled over close to a little gully a short distance off the road. The corpses were thrown into the ditch and covered with rubbish, branches, and mud. A passing patrol unit almost nabbed him as he was making his way back to his car. To find out why his car was parked on the side of the road, officers pulled over. Naeem thought quickly and made up a narrative. He said he simply got a call from his girlfriend and stopped to chat. He was taken seriously by the officers, who departed without asking any further questions. Naeem tried to clean up the mess after he got back to his flat, but he soon realized it was too much for him to do by himself. He made the decision to give his cousin a call. He acknowledged everything. His cousin initially believed that Naeem was hallucinating or under the effect of illegal drugs, but after reconsidering, he called Naeem's father. From then on, Naeem had no control over the situation. In an attempt to lessen his punishment, his father coerced his son into turning himself in after speaking with lawyers. Naeem revealed the places where he had disposed of the bones during his confession. Even if he had attempted to alter his tale, the evidence was indisputable. Surveillance film from a nearby building also showed him throwing bags into a garbage, with his car in the background. The second box was soon found in the ravine by investigators, and forensic specialists were dispatched right away to inspect the remains. But the truth they discovered was startling and totally at odds with Naeem's account of what happened. There were no injuries that would have been expected from a fall down the steps, even though the body had been badly charred and later mutilated. The victim's neck was completely intact, and there were no major bruises or broken bones. Rather, a much more unsettling cause of death was discovered during the autopsy. Brenda had suffered a forceful, not accidental, crushing of the cartilage in her throat. Bare hands had been used to apply the pressure. Mechanical asphyxia was listed as the official cause of death. Brenda had fought back frantically, as evidenced by the new scratches that were apparent on Naeem's hands. Fabric threads discovered in Brenda's mouth by forensic specialists were eventually determined to be from her own scarf. This implied that something had been pushed into her lips to silence her before she was strangled. The facts presented a sobering image. This was a purposeful act of cruelty rather than an accident. Brenda's purported pregnancy came to light as soon as her friends and relatives were informed of the tragedy. When detectives questioned Naeem about it, he decided not to bring it up. He acknowledged that Brenda had been manipulating him with the pregnancy for weeks. Naeem claims that their relationship was never romantic and was just ever physical. He asserted that no talk of a future together, much less a family, had ever taken place. He offered to pay for the pregnancy termination as soon as Brenda told him she was expecting, but she declined. Heatful fights had resulted from this dispute, and on the night of the event, Brenda allegedly requested that Naeem marry her in addition to insisting on keeping the baby. He claimed that this infuriated him, and he killed her as a result. But there was a serious problem with his story. Brenda had not been pregnant, according to an autopsy. It was a meaningless threat if she had been, using this as pressure against Naeem. However, after more investigation, researchers discovered an unexpected fact. Brenda was unable to conceive due to a medical problem she had been diagnosed with. Since she was a teenager, she had been aware of this. Why, then, had she told Naeem that? Later, when being questioned, Virginia, one of Brenda's closest friends, offered insight. Brenda had honestly thought she was pregnant, she explained. She had experienced symptoms, missed her period, and was ecstatic that the physicians had misdiagnosed her illness. Rather than responding with enthusiasm or encouragement, Naeem disregarded her and severed their relationship as soon as she told him the news. Only 2 of Brenda's closest friends were informed of her pregnancy. She never told her mother about it and never had the opportunity to consult a doctor to confirm it. Virginia claims that Brenda had no desire to mislead or control Naeem. She had begun to envision a future with him and had genuinely thought she was going to become a mother. The day Naeem turned himself in and provided his version of events, he was taken into custody, but he maintained that the incident was an accident. He said that because he had been in shock, he had not asked for assistance and instead had decided to kill Brenda in such a cruel way. Most significantly, he persisted in claiming that their relationship had never been genuine and had only ever been a casual arrangement devoid of any obligations. Crimes committed in the course of a love or domestic relationship are categorized as aggravated offenses under Argentine law. This is due to the fact that the victim is thought to be in a vulnerable situation. They may have a weakened sense of self-preservation, trust their spouse, and do not see them as a threat. Naeem would face a harsh punishment, possibly life in prison, should the court find that he and Brenda were romantically involved. However, his sentence may be lowered to no more than 15 years if he could persuade the judges that their meetings were entirely informal and devoid of any emotional connections. This was the main defense put forth by Naeem and his father's legal team. They made a concerted effort to demonstrate that he and Brenda were not actually related. They made it clear that the 2 had never been spotted together in public, had never exchanged pictures, and had never identified themselves to their friends or family. Brenda's loved ones, however, presented a quite different image. She was genuinely in love with Naeem, according to her friends and family, and they firmly believed that their sentiments were reciprocated. She assumed he simply needed more time, so she never pressed for a formal introduction to his parents, so as not to put any pressure on him. Naeem had never taken Brenda seriously, according to a later admission from one of Naeem's classmates. He had been dragging her along, giving her false hope, but he really liked to spend time with her. He reportedly panicked and became anxious to find a way out when she told him about the pregnancy. The classmate claims that Naeem once threatened to commit suicide or to not have the baby. Nobody paid any attention to what he said at the time. However, Naeem allegedly asked his cousin if he knew of someone who would be prepared to solve a problem for money barely a week before to the murder. Assuming Naeem was simply ranting, his cousin brushed it off as bullshit. He didn't grasp how bad the issue was until that fateful night when Naeem called and asked for his assistance in covering up the crime. Following the incident, Brenda's loved ones received public condolences from Naeem's family, who said that the tragedy had also ruined their life. His legal team, however, persisted in fighting for his defense and trying to downplay his accountability. They attempted to portray Brenda as someone who had been coercing and controlling Naeem, saying she had fabricated the pregnancy in order to compel him to get married. They argued that she had hidden agendas and viewed him as a promising and affluent husband. Naeem himself made an effort to argue that he had acted out of acute distress, but this argument was soon disproved. He described in detail how he disposed of Brenda's remains during his initial interrogation, which was unusual for someone who was allegedly in shock. Furthermore, his neighbor's evidence was incriminating. The witness remembered seeing Naeem grilling that evening on the deck and commented on how calm he seemed. He even waved amiably at the neighbor, as though nothing unusual was taking place. The psychological evaluation concluded that the offender was legally liable since he was fully conscious of his acts at the time of the crime, but experts also found that Naeem had bipolar affective illness, borderline personality disorder, and psychopathic tendencies. None of these conclusions lessened his legal responsibility. Naeem might have been able to avoid complete responsibility thanks to the Vera family's wealth and powerful connections. In the hopes that public interest would eventually wane, his legal team purposefully postponed the trial. Brenda's family was concerned that Naeem might be given a light sentence or worse, avoid punishment entirely. Florencia, Brenda's mother, chose to act independently since she could not accept this option. She coordinated a number of marches and demonstrations, calling for the offender to face consequences. In an effort to prevent the case from being ignored, feminist activists also joined the fight. In May 2021, the trial finally got underway, and the media covered it extensively. Determining the nature of Naeem and Brenda's connection was an essential part of the proceedings. Due to his youth, his defense lawyers contended that he had not been prepared for a meaningful commitment, and that his relationship with Brenda was only a passing fancy. Naeem might have gotten a light sentence if they had been successful in persuading the judge. Additionally, he could have been eligible for parole within 5 to 7 years if they could prove that the crime was not premeditated. The defendant stayed aloof and unresponsive during the trial. He didn't express regret for what he had done. Nevertheless, he formally apologized to Brenda's family as advised by his lawyer, but it sounded fake, almost mocking. Naeem was convicted of aggravated homicide and attempting to conceal the crime on May 14, 2021. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. He was also compelled to pay moral damages of 3 million pesos to Brenda's family. The defendant listened to the verdict with a neutral expression, as though it didn't affect him, and declined to give a closing statement. However, his lawyers declared their plan to appeal as soon as the sentencing was revealed. The press started exposing previous occurrences that Naeem's parents had been able to conceal as the defense team got ready to contest the decision, looking for fresh witnesses and proof of his innocence. Naeem was accused of aggressive behavior and harassment by 2 former students. Both ladies acknowledged that Naeem posed a serious threat and consented to testify in court. He had never been used to rejection, they explained. He had always attracted girls. He started stalking, threatening, and trying to degrade her in every manner after one of his classmates turned down his approaches. Naeem tried to push himself on another young woman, forcing her to change schools. He responded to her resistance by posting defamatory rumors and intimate images of her online. Both controversies had been covered up by his father's legal staff. The fresh testimony was taken into consideration when the court retried Brenda Gordillo's case in March 2022. The original sentence was upheld by the court. Naeem was given a life sentence without the chance of release for a minimum of 51 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When people live together for a long time, it's not uncommon for them to reach a breaking point in their relationship during these periods. Tensions often rise and mutual accusations start flying. Claims of manipulation, toxicity, controlling behavior, and even narcissism. But while some of these struggles may pass with time or counseling, there are situations where one partner, often a woman, remains trapped in a deeply destructive dynamic, facing emotional and physical mistreatment day after day. The real question is, how can we tell the difference between a temporary crisis and a situation where someone is in real danger? The Summers family became one of the most complex and debated legal battles in recent years, taking over 5 years to reach a conclusion. On the surface, they appeared to be a happy, united household, by all accounts a picture-perfect American family. But behind closed doors, what unfolded was something far more disturbing. What seemed like an ordinary domestic situation hid a reality so unsettling, many struggled to accept it was even possible. As the story unraveled, it was revealed that when the head of the family was faced with divorce proceedings initiated by his spouse, he refused to accept the separation. Instead, he devised a calculated plan to retaliate, one that went far beyond typical legal disputes. He manipulated his own sons and daughters into taking part in his scheme. turning them into instruments of control and convincing them that their actions were in the best interests of the family. Elisa Jill Summers was born on February 18, 1980, in a suburb of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She grew up in a modest middle-class household. In 1995, at the age of 15, she met a boy named Trevor Stephen Summers, who was 2 years older. They both attended the same high school, often ran into each other outside of class, and shared many mutual friends. Their connection began as a friendship, hanging out at gatherings, talking between classes, and spending time with other students. As time went on, they grew closer, discovering shared interests and similar outlooks on life. However, they didn't start officially dating until 2 years after they first met. Their relationship developed gradually. Both were focused on finishing school and figuring out their paths in life. Their parents supported the relationship and approved of the person their son or daughter had chosen. Friends and classmates admired them as a sweet, balanced couple, sociable, kind, cheerful, and loved by many. They enjoyed planning thoughtful surprises for those around them and were often the center of attention in their friend groups, with some people even quietly envying their happiness. In 2001, 4 years after their romance began, they tied the knot. Elisa was 21, and Trevor had just turned 23 by then. They had already been through enough to feel confident in starting a life together. Everyone believed they were headed for a long, happy marriage. The newlyweds moved into a modest home in Philadelphia and quickly began building a life together. In 2003, they welcomed their first daughter, Arden. 3 years later, Elisa gave birth to their son, Landon. Over the next several years, their family grew to include 3 more daughters, Bree, and sons. Elisa chose to put her career on hold and devoted herself to raising their 5 kids and managing the household full-time. From the outside, the Summers appeared to be the definition of a happy, tight-knit family. And to be fair, in the early years that was the reality. But as time went on, things began to change, and not for the better. Trevor had taken on the role of sole provider early in their marriage, and as the family expanded, the pressure on him only increased. Elisa was a full-time stay-at-home mom, and the financial responsibilities fell squarely on Trevor's shoulders. In 2004, they moved to Florida, where he launched a landscaping company, but the business struggled from the start and eventually shut down just 3 years later. Following that, the family relocated to Alabama. There, Trevor opened a small used car rental and sales shop. Despite his efforts, that venture also failed every couple of years. The Summers family packed their belongings and moved to a new state so Trevor could attempt yet another business. But time after time, those attempts ended in failure. Over more than a decade, Trevor dabbled in a wide range of ventures: real estate, pool maintenance, flower and souvenir sales. But failure seemed to follow him at every turn. Each attempt left him deeper in debt. Yet Elisa never lost faith in him. She stood by his side, offering unwavering support through every setback. No matter where they moved, the couple remained outgoing and friendly, quickly building new circles of acquaintances. Their home was always open to guests. Elisa cooked warm home-style meals, while Trevor enthusiastically pitched his next business idea, assuring everyone that this time it would work, that this project would finally bring them success. But as their household grew, it became harder and harder to make ends meet. Due to a poor credit history, Trevor was repeatedly denied loans, and aside from Elisa and their sons and daughters, no one really believed in his entrepreneurial dreams. He even asked relatives to co-sign loans, but most dismissed him as unreliable. In truth, Trevor struggled to commit to any one path and kept hopping from one idea to another, hoping that something would eventually pay off. In 2015, the family returned to Florida, this time planning to settle down for good. The constant moves had taken a toll. Arden and her siblings struggled to adjust to new schools, couldn't make lasting friendships, and were under a great deal of stress from the instability. The parents eventually decided to switch them to homeschooling, thinking it would solve the problem and offer some consistency. Their eldest daughter, Arden, helped Elisa manage the household and often looked after her younger brothers and sisters. She had always been what people might call a daddy's girl, incredibly close to Trevor. She trusted him completely and saw him as the best parent in the world. but over time the dynamic within the family began to shift. Although things were deteriorating, Elisa continued to pretend everything was fine. As Trevor's business ventures kept failing, he became more frustrated, anxious, and, at times, displayed troubling behavior. He started fearing that Elisa might leave him for someone more successful or financially secure. These thoughts began to consume him. Eventually, Trevor's behavior became increasingly controlling and domineering. He started accusing Elisa of being unfaithful, without any evidence. He grew suspicious of her every move, became jealous of anyone she spoke to, friends, neighbors, even casual acquaintances. Simple greetings on the street would spark confrontation. As tensions grew, Trevor demanded she delete her social media account and forbade her from creating new ones. He regularly checked her phone, reviewed her call logs and messages, and insisted that she remove every male contact, even longtime family friends. He also began controlling what she wore. At first, he told her not to wear certain outfits he considered too revealing, even though they weren't. Then he took over choosing her clothes entirely, forbidding her from using makeup and insisting she wear only modest, dull, and conservative outfits. Fragrances and any kind of jewelry, aside from her wedding ring, were no longer allowed. Trevor didn't stop there. He continued to tighten his control over Elisa in every aspect of her life. He banned her from driving, took away her phone, and eventually stopped letting her leave the house entirely. Whenever he stepped out, he would lock her inside, along with the younger sons and daughters. The only one allowed to come and go freely was their eldest daughter, Arden. Trevor often took her with him and tried to convince her that everything he was doing was for the good of the family. The head of the household monitored every detail of their lives. He knew where each family member was, what they were doing, who they spoke to, and what they ate. It seemed this control gave him a sense of power and satisfaction. Elisa, more than anyone else, bore the brunt of this environment. She was constantly criticized, emotionally pressured, and blamed for everything that went wrong in Trevor's life. After 15 years of marriage, Elisa finally told Trevor she wanted a divorce. She said she couldn't continue living under such oppressive conditions. His reaction was immediate and cruel. He slapped her across the face, hurled insults, and told her she was worthless, that no one would want her as a single mom. From that moment, the household rules became even more restrictive. Around the same time, Trevor came under police investigation for financial misconduct and was placed under house arrest. Being trapped in the house with him became unbearable for Elisa. It was during this time that she realized she could no longer share a home with this person. In October 2016, Elisa found herself once again confined within the walls of their home for 2 full weeks. Trevor didn't allow her to set foot outside. The situation had become extremely dangerous, and he watched her constantly, with no access to the outside world. She had no way to seek help or even alert anyone to her circumstances. Then came a narrow window of opportunity. One day, Trevor, no longer under investigation, left the house for a few hours. During his absence, Elisa managed to find a phone and called emergency services. She reported ongoing mistreatment and said that her husband had been keeping her locked up. The call was cut short when Trevor returned unexpectedly, but authorities had already recorded the address and dispatched officers immediately. Law enforcement arrived at the Summers residence just as Trevor had resumed verbally and emotionally berating his wife. It's important to note that he had learned to avoid leaving visible injuries. His methods were primarily psychological, though he occasionally used physical intimidation. Slaps, pulling her by the hair. His most common form of punishment, however, involved inappropriate personal behavior that was never discussed openly. When the officers showed up at the door, Trevor appeared surprised and hesitant to let them in. Wanting to avoid arrest, he eventually agreed to let Elisa and the children go. He claimed that no one had ever been held against their will and insisted that Elisa was simply an unreliable person who couldn't be trusted. After escaping her controlling husband, Elisa faced a new and immediate problem. She and her sons and daughters had nowhere to go. They left with no belongings and no money. Following the advice of law enforcement, Elisa reached out to a local support service for individuals affected by domestic conflict. There, she and the kids were provided with temporary shelter, meals, and essential supplies. Elisa wasted no time. She began actively searching for a job, and before long her efforts paid off. She was hired by a local company and soon managed to rent a modest but cozy home. Slowly but surely, she and her children started rebuilding their lives in a new environment. Despite facing a number of challenges, they were moving forward and things began to stabilize. At the same time, Elisa filed for divorce, wanting to avoid further conflict and preserve a sense of peace for the sake of her sons and daughters. She chose not to press formal charges against Trevor for his past actions. She hoped the separation could be finalized without hostility. Initially, Trevor tried to contact her repeatedly, urging her to come back, but after some time he seemed to accept the situation and backed off, at least on the surface. It wasn't until 6 months after the separation that Elisa finally began to feel a sense of freedom. For the first time in years, she started to live without constantly looking over her shoulder. She even began to open up to new people, hoping to rebuild her personal life. During this time, she met a man named Jeffrey Matheson, and by the spring of 2017, their friendship had grown into a romantic relationship. Once the divorce was finalized, the former couple agreed on a shared custody arrangement. The sons and daughters would primarily live with Elisa, while Trevor could visit them twice a week and take them for overnight stays on weekends. The arrangement seemed reasonable to everyone involved. While Elisa was not thrilled to interact with Trevor, she didn't object, preferring to keep things calm and civil. Trevor appeared composed, showed no signs of aggression, and successfully lulled Elisa into believing he had moved on. Then, in March 2017, he called her unexpectedly. He asked her to come over to sign a few papers related to their divorce and property division. His tone was polite, and nothing about the request raised suspicion. Elisa drove over to his house. Trevor greeted her at the door and invited her in. As soon as the door closed behind her, his demeanor changed completely. It quickly became clear there were no documents. This was a setup. The whole request had been a ruse to get her to his house alone, without their sons and daughters present. At first, Trevor tried to convince her to reconcile and live together again, but when Elisa firmly refused, he became threatening. He accused her of betrayal, hurled insults, and refused to let her leave. He demanded she admit to things that never happened, fixating on imaginary wrongs. When Elisa attempted to walk away, Trevor grabbed a large hunting knife, the kind used for field dressing game, and held it to her throat, then lowered it to her chest and said he would take her heart out. Elisa was frozen in fear. Trevor, meanwhile, seemed to take disturbing pleasure in the situation, describing in detail what he wanted to do next. Trevor held his ex-wife captive for nearly 2 hours, hours that felt like an eternity to Elisa. The entire time she pleaded with him to stop and think clearly, reminding him that if he hurt her, he'd end up in prison and their sons and daughters would be left without either parent. She begged him not to make them orphans. Surprisingly, her words seemed to have an effect. Trevor paused, thought it over, and ultimately decided to let her go. But before he did, he made Elisa promise she would never tell anyone what had happened. She gave her word. However, the moment she was far enough from the house, she contacted law enforcement and reported the threats and aggression. Trevor was arrested that same evening. Still, he denied everything, calling Elisa a habitual liar and accusing her of betrayal and manipulation. There were no visible marks on her body. Her clothing remained intact, and without physical evidence, it was hard to prove the assault had taken place. It became a case of her word against his. With no hard evidence, Trevor was released, though both he and Elisa filed for mutual restraining orders. After the incident, Trevor shifted his focus to the children. He began trying to manipulate them emotionally, insisting that Elisa was the only reason the family had fallen apart. Every time he saw them, he talked about how much he missed their mom and wished things could go back to how they were. He took them to places the family used to visit on vacations or weekends, trying to rekindle old memories and create a sense of longing. The kids, young and emotionally vulnerable, believed their father wanted what was best for everyone. They saw him as kind and well-intentioned. The one most affected was the eldest daughter, Arden, who had always idolized Trevor and saw him as a flawless parent. Trevor counted on her loyalty and made her the centerpiece of his plan. It's important to note that the children had never been subjected to harsh behavior from Trevor. Because of this, They didn't recognize the risk he posed. Elisa, trying to protect their mental health, had never spoken poorly of their father, fearing emotional harm or confusion. That silence made it easier for Trevor to manipulate them. At his request, the kids began keeping tabs on their mother, watching her, reporting back about daily routines, and sharing what she said or did. Working with Arden, Trevor started developing a plan, not for reconciliation as he claimed, but for revenge. On Saturday, March 11, 2017, Trevor picked up the younger kids for their scheduled weekend stay, but later that night, he returned to Elisa's house with the car lights off and parked on the side of the home. He waited patiently for a signal from Arden, who was supposed to crack open Elisa's bedroom window and let him know when she and the middle kids had gone to bed. Once he saw the agreed signal, Trevor told the younger ones to stay quiet in the car, saying he was about to surprise their mom. Then he slipped into the house through the unlocked window. In the dark, he ambushed Elisa. He dragged her out to the living room, took her phone, and used a cable tie to bind her wrists. When the frightened children followed after them, Trevor told them to go back to their room and assured them everything would be okay. After restraining Elisa, Trevor turned to Arden, his 14-year-old daughter, and instructed her to take her siblings and drive them to his house using his vehicle. Although Arden didn't have a driver's license yet, Trevor insisted it was necessary and told her she could handle it. He reassured her that he and her mom would follow shortly in Elisa's SUV, and that from that night on, their family would be back together. Once the car with the younger kids pulled away, Trevor returned to Elisa to subject her to hours of unimaginable suffering. He injected her with a sedative he had prepared in advance, aiming to weaken her resistance. When the drug took effect, he dragged her into the bedroom, restrained her to the bed, and committed a disturbing act of aggression.
Elisa drifted in and out of consciousness, but Trevor deliberately kept her alert, ensuring she was aware of everything happening while she lay helpless. He began speaking about having large sums of money in offshore accounts and claimed he had purchased a yacht. His supposed plan was to take her and the children away to a remote location where no one would ever find them. He told her the family belonged to him and that he wasn't letting anyone go. Meanwhile, Arden had managed to drive safely to her father's house with her brothers and sisters. Fortunately, it was late at night and the roads were empty, which helped the young teen avoid any accidents. She parked in the driveway and the kids went inside, waiting for their parents, who never showed up.
Around 5 p.m., Trevor began suffocating Elisa with a pillow, tightening it around her face, then briefly letting go so she could catch her breath, only to start again. This terrifying pattern continued for about 30 minutes until Elisa, physically and emotionally broken, agreed to comply with whatever he demanded. He then untied her, placed her in the car, and drove off down a quiet road leading out of town. At about 6 a.m., a car pulled into the parking lot of a small 24-hour convenience store on the outskirts of the city. A man exited the vehicle and walked into the store. Just minutes later, a barefoot, partially clothed woman with her hands bound managed to escape from the passenger seat. She ran toward an employee who was standing outside, begging for help. Suddenly, the man came rushing back out of the store, grabbed Elisa mid-run, and forced her back into the car. The vehicle sped off before the stunned witness could react, but he had seen enough to understand that he had just witnessed an abduction. Thankfully, he managed to remember the make, color, and even the license plate number of the vehicle and quickly provided that information to authorities. Law enforcement tracked the car owner using the license plate. What they discovered raised immediate concern. The name was linked to an active restraining order, a volatile divorce, and reports of controlling behavior. The top priority became locating the couple's sons and daughters to ensure their safety. They were found at Trevor's home, but none of them knew where their parents were or what was happening. They were confused and had no understanding of the terrifying events unfolding elsewhere. The young witnesses were interviewed one by one with care, and what they revealed painted a disturbing picture of life inside the Summers household. The sons and daughters hadn't realized the severity of what had been happening around them. They were never on the receiving end of their father's actions, so his controlling behavior and mistreatment of their mother seemed like just a regular part of life. But the details they shared made it clear Elisa was in danger and had to be found as soon as possible. At that point, Trevor and his hostage were already far from the city, heading toward an isolated area near the coastline. He stopped at a small hotel they had once visited as a family. Lost in memories for a moment, his demeanor suddenly shifted. Trevor said he had figured out a solution. He pulled out a notebook and pen and began writing what appeared to be a farewell letter. Then, dissatisfied, he tore out the page, crumpled it, and started over. This continued for hours. Elisa realized that he was planning to end her life and then his own, using the letter to explain it all to their sons and daughters. After Elisa's failed escape attempt in the supermarket parking lot, surveillance cameras had caught glimpses of their car, helping authorities narrow down the direction they were heading. The search lasted 55 hours. During that time, Trevor wrote multiple farewell notes and used a razor blade to cut Elisa's wrist in an attempt to make it look like she had harmed herself voluntarily. Eventually, Trevor brought her to Little Harbor, a coastal resort town. There, he once again violated her and told her they would soon be leaving the world together. He put a makeshift cord around Elisa's neck and began strangling her. But just then, the sound of sirens echoed nearby. Trevor let go and bolted for the car, flooring the gas pedal in an attempt to flee, only to drive straight into the path of a police cruiser. Realizing he had no way out, Trevor grabbed the razor and tried to harm himself, managing only superficial cuts. Fortunately, officers arrived just in time. They disarmed him, pulled him from the vehicle, and rescued Elisa. Both were transported to the hospital for emergency medical attention. Following his arrest, Trevor denied all wrongdoing. He claimed Elisa had voluntarily gone with him and even alleged that she had asked him to tie her up, choke her, and engage in violent behavior, framing it as part of some shared interest in danger and control. Unsurprisingly, no one believed him. Prosecutors filed 11 charges against him, including abduction, assault, and attempted murder. The legal process dragged on, and with the onset of the pandemic in 2020, the trial was delayed indefinitely. Fortunately, Trevor was denied bail and remained behind bars, where he stayed for nearly 5 years awaiting trial. During that time, Elisa found a new beginning. She married her partner, Jeffrey Matheson, who stepped in to help raise her sons and daughters as his own. Despite Trevor and his attorney's efforts to convince the court of his innocence, the evidence overwhelmingly told a different story. Among the most damning items were the numerous farewell notes discovered in the vehicle, testimony from the eyewitness who saw the attempted escape, the makeshift ligature used to strangle Elisa, and the bloodied razor blade found at the scene. In the spring of 2022, Trevor Summers was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms with no possibility of parole. The testimony that proved most crucial in reaching a guilty verdict came from his own sons and daughters, who bravely shared what they witnessed during that horrifying ordeal. For the first time, they fully understood just how close their mother had come to losing her life. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Okay guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. When an adult suddenly goes silent, police don't always act right away. It's even less urgent when the person is abroad, living alone, and seems to have chosen a quiet life away from everything. That's exactly what happened to Anna Knizovic. Anna was an American citizen who had recently moved to Madrid, Spain. After 13 years of marriage, she needed a break, a moment to breathe, to reset, and to find herself again. She was in the middle of finalizing a divorce and using her time in Spain to reflect, heal, and plan for what came next. She stayed in touch with friends and family regularly, but on February 2, 2024, she made her last known phone call. From the next day, strange messages started coming from her phone, messages that didn't sound like her at all. One of Anna's close friends immediately sensed something was off. The tone was wrong. The way the words were written didn't match Anna's usual style. Something felt deeply, instinctively wrong. And that's when the alarm was raised. Anna Knizovic was born around 1983 in Montenegro, raised in a household shaped by traditional Balkan values. Her upbringing emphasized discipline, respect, and education. From a young age, Anna stood out, organized, responsible, and fiercely independent. These traits stayed with her for life. Eventually, Anna moved to the United States, where she became a U.S. citizen. She adapted quickly, learned English fluently, and began building a new life, one rooted in self-growth and quiet resilience. She wasn't one to seek attention. Her life was structured, modest, and focused on progress. In the early 2000s, Anna met David Kniezevich in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Their connection was quick and intense. They moved in together, married, and over time their relationship became more than just personal. It grew into a shared life and eventually a shared business. But behind the scenes, cracks had already started forming. What happened next would spark an international mystery and a search for answers that has yet to end. They also became business partners together. They founded a company that specialized in tech support and IT solutions. David handled the technical side, while Anna, according to those who knew them, managed organization and long-term planning. Later on, the couple began investing in real estate, purchasing properties across Florida. Outwardly, their relationship appeared solid, stable business, a home, and a settled lifestyle. They gave the impression of a couple confidently working toward financial independence. However, beneath the surface, tensions were brewing. Friends and acquaintances were unaware of the mounting problems in their marriage. Over time, serious issues emerged, ranging from financial disagreements to deeper personal conflicts. By 2023, Anna and David Kniezevich's marriage had reached a point of no return. According to those close to them, they were in the middle of a separation, and dividing their assets had become the central issue at stake. Both their tech business holdings and multiple real estate property. Although the divorce hadn't been officially finalized, both sides were already preparing for it. Negotiations were underway. Disputes had begun to surface, and tensions were clearly escalating. Some acquaintances believed the situation was made even more difficult by the fact that it wasn't just an emotional split. It involved significant financial interests. Amid the intensifying conflict, Anna decided to leave the U.S. temporarily in December 2023. She moved to Madrid, renting an apartment in the upscale Salamanca neighborhood. She said this move was necessary to distance herself from the pressure, gain clarity, and peacefully close this painful chapter in her life. She emphasized multiple times that she wasn't looking for a new relationship or distractions. She just wanted to find her balance again. Once in Spain, Anna settled into her new home, began therapy, kept in close touch with friends, and even started planning short trips around Europe. Madrid wasn't an escape. It was a way to step back from a growing conflict that had become overwhelming back in Florida. But just a few weeks into this new life, something happened that brought her independent chapter to an abrupt and troubling halt. After relocating to Madrid, Anna kept in close contact with her longtime friend S.A., who lived in Florida. They spoke daily despite the time difference. The two had been close for years, often traveling together. S.A. was someone Anna trusted deeply. She regularly shared her thoughts, feelings, and details of her day-to-day life. Their text exchanges showed that Anna was open and communicative about her adjustment to life in Spain. In mid-January 2024, the two of them traveled to Austria. After returning, they made plans to reunite again in Madrid. Sana was scheduled to fly there on February 8. Before that, on February 5, Anna had planned a short trip to Barcelona with another friend. Tickets were already booked. This wasn't just a getaway. Anna and her friend planned to attend a conference there. She had discussed the itinerary in advance and spoke enthusiastically about the upcoming trip. On the evening of February 2, Anna had a phone call with Sana. It was around 8:30 p.m. local time. They spoke for over an hour. Anna said she planned to stay home that night. She had no intention of going out. She sounded calm and talked about her day, simple things like errands and household chores. Their conversation ended around 10 p.m. That's the last confirmed time Anna was known to be alive and in contact with anyone. The next morning, on February 3, Saul received an unusual text from Anna's number. It read, "I met an amazing man. He has a summer house about 2 hours from Madrid. We're going there. Signal might be weak. I'll call you when I get back." Later, another message followed. "After my therapy session yesterday, I went for a walk. He approached me on the street. We instantly connected. I've never felt anything like this. Beat Sana." The messages didn't feel right. She knew Anna well. She was cautious by nature and would never leave town with a stranger without giving someone a heads up. Sana replied right away, but no further messages came. Repeated calls went unanswered. At first, Saw tried to convince herself that Anna might really be in an area with poor signal, but as time passed, her concern turned into growing alarm. That same day, another friend of Anna's received similar messages. This friend communicated with her in Spanish, but the wording of the texts felt off. They were written in a flat tone, filled with phrases that didn't reflect Anna's usual voice. The oddest part was the dialect, something distinctly uncharacteristic of Anna. According to Anna's brother, the text seemed like it had originally been written in another language and then run through an automatic translator. That theory made sense. The message read awkwardly and came across as strangely formal, which deeply unsettled him. Both recipients, S.A. and the Spanish-speaking friend, quickly realized that Anna had not written those messages herself. They compared them to past conversations and noticed the difference. Immediately, Anna's real texts were lively, filled with her unique expressions, none of which appeared here. And beyond the style, the story in the messages didn't line up at all with her recent behavior. The following day, Sana began trying every possible way to reach Anna. She contacted mutual friends, used apps to attempt location tracking, and even called hospitals. Nothing worked. Anna's phone remained on, but she never picked up. After receiving the troubling messages from Anna Knezevich's phone, Sa reached out to the Madrid police right away. She explained that this was completely out of character for her friend. Communication had suddenly stopped, and the texts were in a tone Anna would never use. But local authorities didn't take any immediate action. From their perspective, Anna was an adult woman who had every right to make her own choices, including leaving town without informing others. Officially, her disappearance wasn't considered suspicious. Police said they couldn't launch an investigation without proof that Anna was missing against her will. The strange texts and her silence weren't, in their view, enough. The only concrete marker they were willing to acknowledge was February 5th. Anna had tickets to travel to Barcelona. Authorities stated that if she failed to show up at the station or make contact by then, her absence would be treated as a formal missing persons case. This decision meant that for 3 days after Anna stopped responding, no significant action was taken. Police did not access her phone records, check her apartment, or review any recent movements. During that time, Anna's friends did everything they could on their own, calling her, repeatedly texting, and reaching out to contacts in Madrid. All efforts failed. Appeals to law enforcement were also ineffective. The situation continued to be viewed as a private matter. On February 5, Anna failed to show up at the train station. None of her phones were responding. Only then did the authorities officially declare her a missing person. That same day, a request was submitted to the court for a warrant to access her apartment and phone records, but the request hit a legal roadblock. The judge denied it, citing the absence of any visible signs of a crime at the property. There were no indications of forced entry, loud disturbances, or evidence of aggressive behavior. Legally, there was no justification to authorize a search or access her private data. Days later, when law enforcement finally entered Anna's apartment, they discovered the door was locked. From the inside, everything appeared untouched. Her belongings were neatly in place. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing of value was missing. Yet her absence in an undisturbed home raised serious concerns. It suggested that either she left voluntarily and never returned, or someone led her out without any sign of forced entry. Anna's brother Philip maintained close contact with Spanish authorities, but noted that international coordination was complicated. He told reporters that investigators in Madrid didn't speak English fluently, and that U.S. officials hadn't yet provided substantial support. He also voiced concern about the lack of communication between Spanish police, the FBI, and the U.S. consulate, even though this involved a U.S. citizen disappearing under mysterious circumstances on foreign soil. The first few days following Anna's disappearance were critically mishandled. This was a crucial window when fresh evidence could have been collected, neighbors interviewed, and phone pings or camera footage reviewed, but instead, precious time was lost waiting. The assumption that Anna had left voluntarily stalled any swift response, delays that may have altered the direction of the investigation. On the fourth day after Anna Gzevich vanished, staff at her residential complex gave police information that changed the entire course of the case. It concerned events from the night of February 2, the last time Anna had been in contact. A building administrator reported that several surveillance cameras at the entrance and along the building's facade had been disabled. This happened around 9:30 p.m., about 30 minutes before Anna stopped responding to her friend. When reviewing the recordings, security personnel noticed the camera lenses had been deliberately obscured. Footage captured an individual dressed in dark clothing and wearing a motorcycle helmet. He approached the outdoor cameras and intentionally sprayed them with paint, directly covering the lenses. He then waited outside until someone exited the building, allowing him to slip inside. Once inside, he did the same to the elevator area camera, spraying paint over the lens. Evidence indicated this was a calculated move. The individual clearly knew where the surveillance devices were and how to disable them quickly and without drawing attention. The building's staff confirmed that the security systems had been tampered with. Copies of the footage were handed over to Spanish investigators. It became the first visual evidence suggesting outside interference may have occurred. However, due to the helmet and dark outfit, identifying the person on video was impossible. His face was fully covered, and his body type didn't provide enough information for a clear identification. Still, forensic experts noted several key details. The person's eyes, a portion of the forehead, and the brow line were briefly visible. Investigators believed the individual had planned this carefully. He brought spray paint and wore gear designed to avoid leaving behind any trace. His appearance on camera aligned precisely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance, deepening suspicions. The fact that the building's surveillance system was targeted and that specific cameras were disabled suggested the individual knew the layout of the premises. It ruled out the possibility of a random act. This wasn't impulsive. It was organized, deliberate, and deeply concerning. Further analysis revealed that the exterior camera had been spray painted in about 30 seconds. The interior one was disabled even faster. Every move was deliberate and confident. At no point did the individual hesitate or look around. This led investigators to believe he knew in advance how long it would take and acted with precision. A few days later, a staff member from the building confirmed that this man appeared on camera just as residents were leaving the premises. He used the opportunity to slip inside, indicating he didn't have authorized access, no keycard, no entry code, which meant he wasn't listed as a resident. His path was direct, from the entrance straight to the camera near the elevator, with no stops or detours. The footage drew immediate attention, not just from law enforcement but from Anna's friends as well. Sana, who had by then arrived in Madrid, shared the video with journalists. That marked the start of the case gaining public attention. Media outlets began speculating that the man in the helmet could be directly connected to Anna's disappearance, yet his identity and motive remained a mystery. After an image from the surveillance footage was released, the FBI launched its own analysis. They explained that even low-resolution footage could be broken down to match visual fragments with their databases. They focused on key facial features still visible despite the helmet, particularly the shape of the eyes, the space between the brows, the brow ridges, and upper face structure. These areas can remain identifiable even with partial concealment. Public interest in the footage grew stronger when it emerged that the paint used to disable the cameras matched a specific brand, one that would later reappear in other parts of the investigation. This detail was not immediately released, but investigators noted that the spray can in question matched both the type and packaging seen in surveillance video from a store. At that store, security footage captured a man who resembled the figure from Anna's building buying the same kind of spray can. After Anna stopped responding to messages and calls, her friend Sana contacted Anna's husband, David Nazevovich. That conversation happened on February 4. According to SA, David was in Florida at the time. She suggested they travel together to Madrid to help search for Anna. David agreed and even discussed a specific flight from Miami for the next day, but when the time came, he didn't show up. Later, he said he was in Serbia. That twist left Anna's friends puzzled. David knew that his wife had vanished under suspicious circumstances in a foreign country. He had the means to fly to Spain, but instead, he traveled to Serbia. His decision seemed difficult to explain. Rather than helping with the search, he went to a third country where his relatives live. Naturally, questions followed. Why didn't he go to the place where his wife had disappeared? Why didn't he take part in the search personally? Sana became increasingly uneasy with David's behavior. She noted that while he wasn't outwardly dismissive, his reactions felt cold. His actions contradicted common sense. Despite the urgency of the first few days, he made no effort to come to Madrid. According to him, there was nothing he could do in Spain. He didn't speak Spanish, didn't have housing there, and wasn't familiar with the city. His lawyer echoed the same reasoning, telling reporters that traveling to a country with no local contacts would be ineffective. He added that David was concerned about Anna's disappearance, but didn't believe his physical presence would help. Following Anna's disappearance, David hired a lawyer in Florida. The attorney stated that his client had been in touch with the FBI and had provided all necessary information, including credit card records and attempts to obtain legal help in Spain. However, none of these efforts included any in-person involvement in the actual search. Despite sharing some data, David kept a noticeable distance and refrained from making any public statements. Additional questions arose after Florida police confirmed that David had reported a theft in January. According to him, $5,000 in cash and personal belongings had been stolen from his vehicle. He said the car door had been left unlocked, and in the morning he discovered the passenger door ajar. Security cameras near his home didn't capture the incident. Officers were unable to identify any suspects at the time. No connection was made to Anna's case. But in light of everything else, the report appeared unusual and hard to fully understand. David's trip to Serbia also sparked major controversy. He claimed he had left the U.S. before Anna disappeared and had been abroad the entire time. However, Sana recounted a phone call with him on February 4 during which he told her he was in Florida. This implied that his flight to Serbia may have happened after that conversation. At the time, there was no official confirmation from border control authorities. David's attorney presented his passport as proof that he had left earlier, but these discrepancies raised doubts and increased suspicion about his involvement. The situation was further complicated by a property dispute that had escalated months before Anna vanished. With the looming division of shared assets, suspicions seemed plausible. It wasn't just a typical divorce, but one involving significant finances and joint holdings. Anna's friends emphasized that the couple's relationship had turned adversarial. David and his attorney, however, denied that, insisting the divorce was amicable and that the two had simply grown apart. Formally, David had not been charged at that time, and he remained outside the U.S. But his absence from the scene, refusal to participate in the search, and inconsistencies in his story became key points for investigators. While David maintained he had nothing to do with Anna's disappearance, a growing list of circumstantial details drew the attention of both police and the FBI. In May 2024, U.S. authorities arrested David Nazevich at Miami International Airport. He had just arrived on an international flight when he was taken into custody by members of the Diplomatic Security Service and the FBI without incident. This marked the first official move directly linking him to the case of Anna Kazevich's disappearance. He was charged with involvement in the abduction of a U.S. citizen outside the country. The arrest was based on a chain of indirect but connected evidence gathered through a multinational investigation. One of the core elements was surveillance footage obtained by investigators in Spain and Serbia at a store near Anna's apartment in Madrid. Cameras had recorded a man resembling David purchasing a can of spray paint and a roll of duct tape. According to forensic analysis, the paint was the same brand used to disable the security cameras in Anna's building. The distinctive label design and paint color matched. Investigators considered this a sign of premeditation. In addition to the video footage, authorities traced a rental car used by David in Serbia. GPS data revealed the vehicle had crossed into Spain, followed a route through Madrid, and then continued through northern Italy before returning to Serbia. The precise tracking of this journey led investigators to suspect that Anna's body might have been transported in that car. A stop in a wooded area of northern Italy drew particular interest, prompting coordinated searches by both Italian and Spanish law enforcement. As of that point, no remains had been found, but the transportation theory remained central. Another significant clue came from elevator footage in Anna's apartment building. Investigators released video showing a man whose build matched David's exiting the elevator with a large suitcase. This occurred the same night Anna disappeared. While the man's face was not visible, the timing and circumstances aligned with other parts of the investigation. Authorities believed the suitcase may have been used to remove Anna's body from the apartment. The rental car David had picked up in Serbia was eventually returned to the agency. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the vehicle's mileage had increased by over 3,000 miles. Additionally, the car had been modified, tinted windows were installed, which had not been part of the original rental agreement. These alterations raised red flags. Investigators also uncovered that the vehicle had been operating with false license plates during the period it was suspected to have been used for cross-bedroom travel. Spanish police had recorded a sighting of a similar car near the area where Anna went missing, but they were unable to identify the driver due to the darkened windows and fake tags. The FBI later connected all of these details: the purchase of materials, interference with surveillance systems, the travel route, the elevator video showing a suitcase, and the car modification. According to their report, the totality of the evidence pointed to a coordinated plan to carry out a criminal act and cover it up. The official statement described it as the abduction of a U.S. citizen that occurred abroad and involved a U.S. national. Despite the absence of a body, authorities believed the evidence was strong enough to warrant an arrest. David was taken into custody without incident and transferred to a federal detention center in South Florida. His attorneys stated that he had cooperated with investigators, voluntarily provided information, and had no intention of fleeing. However, prosecutors argued that the volume of circumstantial evidence and the overall context of the case posed a significant flight risk. The arrest marked a turning point in the investigation. Until that moment, David had remained outside the reach of investigators and had avoided speaking publicly. Now he was at the center of a federal case. The next step was determining whether he would remain in custody pending trial. Following David Knezevich's arrest in Miami, his first court appearance focused on whether he could be released on bail. The judge denied the request, citing a high risk of flight. The ruling emphasized that in the court's view, the acts surrounding Anna Knezevich's disappearance had been carefully calculated and executed. The judge specifically noted the level of planning and sophistication as grounds for continued detention. David's legal team filed an appeal, arguing their client was not a danger and had no intent to evade justice. They offered a significant bail amount, an ankle monitor, a travel ban, and home confinement. The defense pointed to his long-term residence in the U.S., clean record, and willingness to cooperate. Still, the court refused, citing the same concerns, risk of fleeing, and the seriousness of the charges. The defense's main argument was that David could not have been in Spain at the time of Anna's disappearance. His lawyer presented passport stamps and international travel data to support the claim that he had arrived in Serbia well before February 2. According to this narrative, David was physically incapable of being in Madrid when the alleged crime occurred. The attorney also stressed that David didn't speak Spanish, had no residence or connections in Spain, and therefore would have had difficulty preparing such an act. Prosecutors strongly disagreed. They argued that the evidence pointed to a meticulously planned offense. They highlighted the fact that David's travels across Europe aligned closely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance. The case included data from the rental car's route, the purchase of specific items, and other actions that suggested premeditation. While there was no direct evidence, the prosecution maintained that the weight of circumstantial proof indicated his involvement. To support the prosecution's case, the court was presented with message transcripts, surveillance footage, phone records, and behavioral analysis of the suspect. It was emphasized that certain actions taken by David Knezevich couldn't have been coincidental. The judge noted that the prosecution had assembled an impressive network of circumstantial evidence that formed a compelling narrative. While Anna's body had not yet been located, the case material suggested that her disappearance involved aggressive intent and likely implicated a specific individual. In response to the defense's argument that the evidence was insufficient, the judge reminded both parties that the standard for bail is not beyond a reasonable doubt, but rather preponderance of the evidence. This means the court doesn't require definitive proof of guilt, only a high probability of risk, such as flight or interference with the investigation. With that in mind, the court decided to keep Knežević in custody. His legal team announced plans to appeal the bail denial. A formal complaint was filed with the district court, which has the authority to review lower court rulings. As the primary trial approached, David Knežević remained in federal custody. The proceedings were expected to be extensive, involving expert testimony and international cooperation, and were likely to attract widespread media attention. At the same time, investigators turned their attention to a woman who, according to the FBI, may have helped craft the suspicious text messages that appeared to come from Anna on February 3. The woman, who is fluent in Spanish, had previously interacted with David through a dating app. The texts sent from Anna's phone were written in Spanish in a style uncharacteristic of her. Her close friends immediately noted that the wording resembled a machine translation. This theory was later supported by linguistic forensic analysis. The defense continued to argue that there was no direct evidence linking David to the crime. His attorneys pointed out that no one had seen him at Anna's apartment, and that there was no proof of contact between them on the day she disappeared. They also questioned the reliability of the surveillance footage showing a man with a suitcase, arguing that the figure could be someone else, and that partial physical resemblance was not definitive. Furthermore, they stressed that there had been no official confirmation of Anna's death through forensic evidence. In April 2025, news broke that David Knežević, the man charged with the abduction and presumed death of his wife Anna Knežević, had been found deceased in his cell at a federal detention center in Miami. According to his attorneys, he had taken his own life. No note was found at the time of his death. Knežević was being held without bail, awaiting trial. After the news, Anna's family expressed deep sorrow and frustration. The trial never happened, and Anna's whereabouts remain unknown. Her loved ones believe that David took to the grave the answers to what truly happened the night she vanished. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The cost of love. What will shape our future? Without a doubt, the choices and behaviors we make. However, they believe that you can't escape fate when chance gets in the way of your normal existence. The protagonists of today's tale, Joseph and Olga Connell, experienced this as well. Their paths in life unexpectedly intersected, and they remained together forever. Unfortunately, because of their terrible fate, the couple were unable to fully enjoy one another. Numerous gunshots were heard close to the Paladin Club condominium in Wilmington, Delaware, on September 23, 2013 at around 2 in the morning. Witnesses noticed a guy and a woman laying on the ground when they rushed to the site. A call was sent to emergency services a short while later. The incident and its victims were reported by the caller. First aid was administered by the arriving medics. In contrast to her friend, the victim was still alive despite suffering facial bullet wounds and blood loss. There was no sign of life in the man who had been shot. He was apparently shot in the back of the head and killed instantly. But sadly, time was not on his side. When the police realized this, they asked the woman what had transpired. She replied with an unintelligible word and passed out. They hurried the victim to the hospital. Halfway there, though, she gave up her final fight for survival and passed away. Specialists on the scene discovered documents and personal items. The deceased turned out to be Connell's newlyweds. Since none of the valuables, including Olga's wallet, pocketbook, cell phones, and even the diamond ring on her hand, were taken, the incident was a targeted murder rather than an attempted robbery. After the young guys came home from celebrating their spouse's 39th birthday, it was later discovered that the victims had been attacked outside their house. About 25 rounds were fired into their backs by the treacherous attackers. Investigators had to determine what broke up the couple's romance and whether a long-running domestic conflict could have served as the crime's motivation. Joseph Connell was born into a prosperous and close-knit family. He has a younger sister named Kelly and an older brother named John. He was the middle child. The children used to fight about nothing when they were younger, but after their parents' divorce, they joined together and became inseparable. The lads stayed to live with their mother after their relationship ended. After some time, a woman's life was occupied by another man. The second marriage went according to plan. The stepfather took the role of the father, and the family continued to be self-sufficient. The neighborhood where the family lived was rather calm and comfortable. Everyone went about their daily activities during the day, and in the evenings they all gathered around a round table to talk about personal matters. Joe was raised as a righteous and tenacious youngster. These attributes, however, were more related to labor and education. Other than that, he was the lifeblood of the business and a joyful, affectionate youngster. The young man had aspirations of being a businessman and launching his own company from a young age. His efforts were successful because of his resourcefulness and commercial sense. The protagonist of the story, Christopher Rivers, opened a machine store and a specialty store in Tullyville with his closest friend. The young men were well known around the area as prosperous partners who had started from the beginning. The friends were amiable. Additionally, they developed their business and burned a shared idea. According to the acquaintance narrative, Joseph was certain he was a bachelor until he met Olga, a Russian beauty. The young people started talking to each other on the dating site. As they were already quite mature individuals with a wealth of life experience, they soon discovered similar ground for conversation. A female friend just moved to the United States and disclosed on the internet that she was going through a divorce. The man discussed his past relationships as well as his future goals. Both interlocutors were intelligent and gregarious. Interests and life perspectives were comparable among personalities. It is therefore not surprising that their sentiments eventually developed into something more. Joe made her an offer after realizing one day that he could no longer picture his existence without his lover. Olga did the same. The bride has not yet been introduced to the family, which is the only subtlety, but this did not frighten the man. He had faith in his decision and in his family's response. His relatives were enchanted by the selected one's beauty and temperament. They were shocked to learn that a woman could win over a hot, affectionate relative. The couple's connection progressed quickly. Joe didn't disguise his affection for Olga because he was proud of her looks and personality and carried her everywhere with him. But as time went on, it became evident that the beloved's true Siberian character was hidden beneath the woman's sensitivity and malleability. Everyone was in awe of her boundless enthusiasm and spirit of entrepreneurship. It felt like she could accomplish anything. Connell was so happy and in love that he made the decision to hold off on getting married for a long time. Maybe he was eager to get married and was unaware of what was about to happen. It's common to say that these folks are rushing through life. You have all undoubtedly seen cases like this in your surroundings. Police conducted interviews with the victim's neighbors, spectators, and the crowd as part of their post-attack investigation. Maybe some of these people might provide clarification? Regretfully, none of them had witnessed the incident. Nevertheless, a lot of individuals fled after hearing gunfire. Some also reported hearing loud male voices just before the shooting, as if they were having a heated argument with the newlyweds. Crime broke out not far from the crime scene, and forensic specialists discovered numerous fired casings from two distinct kinds of guns. Consequently, it became evident that multiple attackers were present. The pair was originally sentenced to death, based on the sheer volume of gunfire. In such a shootout, it is doubtful that anyone would have survived to execute their strategy. The thieves bided their time till the youths returned from the celebration. One of the well-known bars served as the venue for the birthday celebration. The party was attended by some Connell family members as well as friends. After dancing till midnight and having a great time, everyone headed home when they were exhausted. After parking at the residence, the pair made their way to the front door. The intruders discovered the best moment to execute their illegal plan at this point. Interviewing the victim's relatives was the next stage of the investigation. Joseph's parents were questioned by officers. The man's mother and stepfather said they had no knowledge about the couple's supposed adversaries and critics when they were questioned about it. The newlyweds appeared to have no enemies. On the other side, very few people do not have jealous others. At any rate, none of the recently married couples mentioned it. Meanwhile, the investigators received some intriguing information. It comes out that on the eve of the wedding, Joe and his sister Kelly got into a fight. It had to do with a pricey diamond-encrusted family ring. Experts estimated its worth to be around $20,000. Relationships between the relatives changed after the argument. All of Kelly's relatives, however, asserted that she would never have attended the crime. In particular, the ring was still on Olga's finger following the assault. However, it was a weird coincidence that forced the version concerning the hidden crime to be checked. Even though the woman lived in a different neighborhood, Kelly was among the first people on the site of the murder that fateful night. She was close to the ring story at the time. The couple intended to wed in the Virgin Islands. The engagement ring was the single thing that ruined the wedding planning. The mother gave the family treasure to her son in accordance with family custom. The youngest daughter, however, had already received the jewelry for the wedding 10 years prior. Joe carefully removed the ring from his sister and swapped out the precious stones for zirconium so as not to alter the long-standing tradition. He then surreptitiously gave the mistress back the ring and diamonds that had been placed into Olga's engagement ring. Given his financial circumstances, the protagonist's action is hard to justify. He may have made the decision to follow the regulations in this way. None of the women were supposed to have guessed it, but the calculations had not worked out. After spotting the switch, Kelly started searching for the offender. The younger sister was furious when she found out about her brother's behavior. She was understandably outraged and told Joseph so. The latter, however, was furious because he believed the sister's anger was unfounded and that her only intention was to break family customs and somehow sabotage the wedding. However, the ceremony happened. Kelly excused her absence from the event by stating that she was working at the time. The woman chose to ruin the celebration in retribution and sent Olga, the gullible bride, a mocking message. Discovered the truth. Following that, there was tension in the brother-sister connection. There were fights between them from time to time. Mutual insults and rebukes were common, and the subsequent incident, a strange robbery, completely jolted everyone out of their rut. In the Virgin Islands, the newlyweds started their joint life. The honeymoon was a happy time for the newlyweds. Olga and Joseph enjoyed fishing, sailing on a yacht, swimming in the sea, sunbathing on the beach, and sampling local food. There was no shortage of funds for these uses. The newlyweds purchased a pricey Mercedes, and Joe was delighted that the business was flourishing and earning a solid revenue of almost $1 million annually back home. They spent $100,000, 0 cents, on the new convertible. Olga started to assist her spouse because she didn't belong to the group of ladies who enjoy sitting on her neck. Olga possessed a rare appeal in addition to being well-read, intelligent, and fluent in English. She entered the company and worked in administration with ease because of her prior experience working on the stock exchange. Joe and Chris had a lot more customers after the attractive blonde took over the firm. While the couple was busy conducting business, a young family's home was broken into a week prior to the attack near the condominium. Jewels and family heirlooms were taken by an unidentified individual. Olga owned the diamond ring. When the Connell couple got home that day, the family's head of household saw the unauthorized entry and phoned 911. Surprisingly, when law enforcement investigators inspected the area, they found no evidence. There were no conclusive findings in the burglar's hunt. Investigators presented the theory that the heist was staged or the product of a professional. Many people thought the sister had every incentive to fake the crime, which is why Kelly was highly suspicious. Maybe she eventually decided to discipline her brother because she could no longer forgive him for what he had done. However, the case investigation quickly reached a standstill. The spouses were the victims of a more horrific crime, and detectives' focus was diverted to the investigation of a double crime in an attempt to find a motivation. During her interview with detectives, Kelly appeared distraught. The woman didn't conceal anything and helped with the investigation. She described the argument with Joe and even produced correspondence pertaining to it. Olga stated in one of the chats that she believed Kelly was the one who planned the most recent heist. Kelly denied it, but the inquiry could not rule her out as a suspect. The woman later acknowledged that she applied strong pressure in some areas, despite the clear motive, and all the evidence pointed to the opposite conclusion. The victim's younger sister appeared devastated, yet she did not alter her testimony during any of the interrogations or appear perplexed during Joe and Olga's funeral. She was clearly suffering the loss and loved her brother. Other theories about the murder were being considered at the same time. Jealousy was not ruled out as a motive for the crime, because Joseph Connell was one of the many ideal grooms and his bride was exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps not everyone in the couple's immediate vicinity was as happy as they were, and some of the former youths might harbor resentment and seek retribution in life after marriage. Nevertheless, the inquiry did not substantiate the detective's assumptions. It was discovered that Joe had a cordial farewell to his former friends. They are also happily married and have been for a long time. This also holds true for Olga's previous partnerships. She severed all ties with her Russian spouse and filed for divorce, but a man who feels wronged would scarcely go to any lengths to make amends with his ex-wife, much less journey across the ocean to do it. This theory has been disproved in this respect. However, while the detectives were searching for the newlyweds' opponents, they continued to focus on the issue of brother-sister conflict. One of the most frequent motivations for criminal activity is greed. As a result, after interviewing Kelly, the inquiry turned to her husband, Garrett Catalano. The man would do everything for his wife since he loved her so much. The possible suspect acted coolly and persuasively, but it's likely that he could have committed a double crime during the chat at his beloved's request. It turns out that he had a solid alibi and that his wife was innocent. Garrett nevertheless questioned whether his brother-in-law earned a multi-million-dollar income by hard work. Catalano made vague hints that Joe might have been involved in illicit drug trafficking. His remarks gained traction over time. Others asserted that Joe was profiting greatly from the covert sale of steroids. We know another man who was identified by secret witnesses as one of his friends. Thus, the detectives discovered Christopher Rivers' best friend, Chris, who has been a lifelong friend and business partner. Chris appeared unconcerned with the incident. In contrast to everyone around him, he carried on with his life as usual. It made sense that he was in charge of both aspects of the company. He was forced to hold on by meetings with suppliers and dealing with clients, but his uncontrollable energy and mental toughness still produced odd ideas. The detectives made the decision to speak with the man one day. He said that he was meant to attend the party on the fateful night, but was unable to do so due to his business obligations. Despite their long-standing friendship and his partner's untimely death, Christopher suddenly made a disparaging statement. He claimed that Joseph had recently changed and was now acting dishonestly. Rivers didn't stay away from Olga, as a successful marriage only untied her hands, he allegedly heard, because Joe's wife was not as simple as she wanted to appear and had come to the U.S. to defend the interests of the Russian mob. The companion's explanation for the family's considerable income required thorough confirmation of his suspicions. Maybe there was a valid explanation for the man's statements, or perhaps they were all merely rumors and conjecture. But it quickly became clear that Joseph was connected to the underground. The information was openly accessible and not a secret. It turns out that her partner had been charged with unlawfully possessing guns a few years prior to their meeting and had even received a respectable sentence for it. The individual was able to make new friends while he was incarcerated. It is possible that local officials drew him into the illegal drug trade after he completed his term. Maybe someone chose to take Connell out after he eventually crossed their path. But was the attack motivated by the connections made while incarcerated? While the investigators worked on the shady enterprise, the investigation was gaining steam when an intriguing fact emerged. Renowned heroin dealer Harry Cook claimed to have overheard Rivers disparaging Joe. Rivers also accused his business partner of snatching Chris. Rivers told him he and his friend were using an auto parts store to sell illicit medical substances, but Buddy is avaricious and divides the earnings unfairly. Chris is more in need of money and has a lot of debt, and Joseph himself spends all the money on a sedentary lifestyle. Because of this, Rivers made a joke about not minding if his friend vanished. Then, he asked Harry if he wanted to help him with this, to which Harry said no. As a result, Rivers' identities took on new significance. Chris was questioned about this on multiple occasions during the investigation, but he had an alibi. Both internal and external video surveillance cameras verified that the man was home when the murder occurred. Simultaneously, experts chose to review his criticisms and examined the company's accounting records. It turned out that the company did experience losses in spite of the high revenue. But as it happened, Connell had nothing to do with a number of embezzlements. Who was at fault was the stipulator himself. According to police informants, Chris has a lengthy history of excessive substance use, and recently, his addiction has grown out of hand. This explains the high rate of shoplifting and debt. In light of this, the man became paranoid. He confessed to associates on multiple occasions that they wanted to kill him because of this. Furthermore, it was discovered that he was directly involved in the sale of steroids, and Joe was unaware of what was going on right in front of his nose since he naively trusted his colleague. Joe's focus also shifted to the new connection. The knowledge of an enigmatic informant with a warped mind made this information public. After reviewing Rivers' phone logs, detectives found the man. On the evening of September 23, he was known to make a number of phone calls. His phone did not go mute even though he was at home when the crime was committed. After all calls were removed from the cell phone, experts were able to piece together the scenario with ease. Joshua, a former FBI informant, was responsible for the majority of the calls. Joshua acknowledged that he frequently used Rivers' services when police approached him. Chris Rivers once made him an alluring offer, $65,000, 0 cents, for the head of his buddy. The man was certainly drawn to the large sum of money. Joshua, however, sought for other hitmen in order to avoid getting directly involved in the case. He went back to the mercenaries, Aaron Thompson and Dominic Benson, who had cost him $5,000, 0 cents, which he had collected in advance from the client. The perplexing crime scene eventually emerged. The best friend had condemned his pal and his wife to a life of misery. Was resentment and a desire for sole control of a joint venture the driving forces behind the crime? No, the $1 million was the insurance benefit that one of the partners was entitled to. It found out that the former partners had secured the business and insured their lives long before Olga showed up. If one of them died, the other would get the money to pay off the machine shop's mortgage. The money obtained would cover all of Chris's debts in the event that Joe passed away. The issue is that Rivers chose to remove 2 of them at once because his partner got married and all payments were owed to the lawful spouse. The discussion that occurred on the night of the crime between the organizer and his accomplice. This was indirectly corroborated by the fact that Rivers was clearly worried about the operation's success, even though the men's conversations were encrypted. Detectives confiscated the phones of the 4 suspects in order to properly examine the communication between the 2 guys. Their activities on the night of the incident were captured on camera thanks to the mobile devices. At that point, Dominic and Aaron were close to the young couple's home. Curiously, Connell was swayed by the video footage that supported Chris's alibi. It shows the man is apprehensive and keeps the phone in his hands. Joshua didn't resist when investigators approached him and turned himself in to the police to lessen his penalty. The man testified against the customer and agreed to a deal with the investigation during the interrogation. So Christopher devised a clever scheme. He intended to frame Kelly by using the argument between his sister and brother. The heist at the Connell residence was shown to represent the subsequent phase of the criminal scheme during the course of the investigation. Joshua broke into the couple's house and committed a burglary after receiving orders from Christopher. But the target's head was a diamond ring, a contentious family relic. That day, Olga happened to be wearing it. Had the scheme been successful, Joe's sister would have been held responsible for everything, and the investigation would have followed a false trail. However, this was insufficient for Rivers, who attempted to discredit his friend after the crime. Later, it was discovered that a cold-blooded and meticulously organized crime for money justice in 2014 was the cause of Joe and his lover's deaths. First-degree murder. 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of possessing a firearm while committing a criminal, first-degree conspiracy, and first-degree solicitation of a felony were among the charges against him. They tried his co-defendants as well. The experiments were conducted simultaneously but independently. Aaron Thompson's possession of the weapon was established during the trial. Consequently, he was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of first-degree conspiracy, and 2 counts of possessing a firearm while committing a felony. The offender was sentenced to 45 years plus 2 life terms. Due to his active cooperation with the police for the murder conspiracy, his friend Dominic Benson was only sentenced to 5 years in prison for first-degree conspiracy and aiding and abetting criminals, as he was acquitted on the felony charge because he changed his mind about shooting at the last minute. Joshua received the same punishment as Chris Rivers, who was the primary motivator of the crime. He received 2 life sentences plus 50 years after being found guilty of all charges. According to the well-known proverb, We can forgive someone for anything other than success in spite of his youth. Joseph was an extraordinary individual. He discovered the love of his life and established a business, but he was deprived of the chance to share happiness with her. The pair might achieve great things, create a solid family, and produce children. However, their measured life was irrevocably altered by his partner's distaste and his greed for money. During his years in prison, Christopher's selfishness, pernicious addiction, and money, one of the traditional and prevalent reasons for criminal activity, ruined many lives. The prisoner will undoubtedly be healed of his harmful substance addiction, but will he be able to suppress the remorse that will inevitably surface? Or, in his situation, may the voice of conscience never be heard at all? Ultimately, not everyone has the courage to live a lifetime of persistent self-doubt. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On February 18, 2023, the Oshkosh Police Department received a frantic 911 call that would lead officers into one of the most disturbing crime scenes they'd ever witnessed. The caller claimed his sister had snapped and that her ex-boyfriend was seriously injured. When Officer Bennett arrived at the home on the 500 block of Jefferson Street, nothing could have prepared him for what was waiting inside. Blood was everywhere. The walls, the furniture, the floors. It looked like something out of a horror film. And standing in the chaos was 22-year-old Megan Taylor Lund. She was sobbing, shaking, and covered in blood, her arms, hands, and legs all stained red. A large blue UCLA sweatshirt hung loosely on her body, the only thing she was wearing. Just moments before, she had stabbed her ex-boyfriend 19 times with a pair of scissors. But there was something strange about the scene. Megan didn't appear violent or aggressive. In fact, as Officer Bennett reached the top of the stairs and entered the room, he saw her leaning over the shirtless man, pressing her hands into his chest and shoulder as if trying to help him. It was a picture of confusion and contradiction, a brutal act, followed by what looked like a desperate attempt to save a life. The man, whose identity has never been publicly revealed, was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Then, attention turned to Megan. She was visibly shaken. But why? What had driven her to such a violent breaking point? To understand that, we have to look beyond the blood and chaos, back to the beginning of Megan and her ex's story. The two had once been happy. By all accounts, they were thrilled to start a life together. In early 2022, they welcomed a daughter into the world. Friends said they seemed like a young couple full of hope and love. But behind closed doors, something had clearly begun to crack. Details of their relationship remain vague, and authorities have kept much of the case under wraps. But whatever happened inside that home on Jefferson Street didn't happen overnight. Whether it was rooted in mental illness, abuse, or something deeper, one thing is clear. That February evening marked the moment their lives changed forever. And the biggest mystery still lingers. What really happened in the moments before Megan picked up those scissors? And what secret was buried behind her blood-soaked silence? The officer observed that she seemed utterly shattered and confused by what had just happened. She was crying and screaming and begged for assistance. While one officer tried to soothe her and get her to talk, another officer approached her brother, Ethan, to piece together the events that had unfolded. Ethan finally opened his door. He had sensed something wasn't right after hearing the loud noises. This was when he found Morgan's ex-boyfriend on top of her, both drenched in blood. He was desperately trying to restrain her, but Morgan seemed consumed by something and relentlessly stabbed at him, as if she was under some dark spell. It was a scary scene, full of chaos and fear. The officer needed to question Morgan to find out if she was influenced by some external factors that pushed her to commit such a horrific act. This information would guide them in handling the case effectively and framing their questions during Morgan's interview. After speaking to Ethan, who couldn't provide them with much information, the officers again turned their attention to Morgan. She was the only one who could truly explain what had happened that morning and why she had attacked her ex-boyfriend. What they learned from her was both shocking and unsettling. According to Morgan, she remembered that she woke up at around 6:30 a.m. that morning and found her baby peacefully sleeping beside her in the room. Despite her best efforts, going back to sleep eluded her, and she kept tossing and turning in frustration. She tried everything to sleep, but nothing seemed to work, so worried about waking up her baby. Due to her restlessness, Morgan decided to move the little one to a big playpen in the living room. Her ex-boyfriend was also there sleeping on the couch, so she figured he could keep an eye on the baby while she tried to get some more sleep. But here's where things get intriguing. Morgan claimed that she didn't remember waking up again after that moment. She said that the last thing she could recall before the chaos unfolded was drifting off to sleep. This suggested a gap in her memory leading up to and during the violent incident, which added a mysterious twist to the story. As the officer listened to Morgan's story, a sense of suspicion crept over him. Was she really telling the truth, or was she trying to paint herself as innocent? He pondered the possibility of amnesia, where people forget recent events, but something didn't quite add up with his explanation and Morgan's demeanor. To get to the bottom of things, he decided to ask her directly if she had been under the influence of drugs. What Morgan revealed next left everyone stunned. It was something out of the ordinary, not your everyday occurrence. While rare, it's something that could happen to anyone for various reasons, like past trauma or facing difficult situations. Morgan confessed she had been battling hallucinations and mental health struggles and had been feeling like she was seeing a mysterious figure everywhere, even experiencing out-of-body moments. It was like reality and imagination blurred into one eerie tale. Morgan shared that for the past 6 months to a year, she had been haunted by the presence of a dark, non-human figure. It didn't talk or tell her what to do, but she heard disturbing voices from it. Just seeing this eerie figure filled her with fear. And that's what she had faced this morning, when that shadow seemed to actually become real, making her feel trapped in her own frightening imagination. According to Morgan, her memory was all mixed up, like trying to remember a dream or an experience that wasn't real. She thought she had heard her ex-boyfriend yelling at their daughter, but it was all unclear. It's like when you wake up from a strange dream and can't quite separate it from reality. She said that she remembered finding herself in the living room, where she saw a terrifying, dark figure on top of her ex-boyfriend, attacking him. She was so confused and unsure about how to help him that she panicked, rushed to the couch and grabbed a pair of scissors that were laying nearby. Acting instinctively, she tried to defend her ex-boyfriend by attacking the dark, ominous figure with the scissors. It wasn't until her ex-boyfriend fought back and yelled at her, trying to snap her out of what she thought was a terrifying dream, that Morgan finally understood. She realized the figure she was attacking wasn't some imaginary threat. It was actually her ex-boyfriend, and everything was taking place in front of her daughter. Overwhelmed with shock, Morgan let go of the scissors and hurriedly tried to assist her ex-boyfriend by applying pressure to his chest to stem the flow of blood. The sudden realization of her actions left her frightened and disoriented. Despite Morgan's account sounding plausible, the police were torn between two possible scenarios. One was that she truly suffered from an untreated disorder, which would clearly explain her actions. The other theory was more sinister, as it suggested that she might be using the supposed disorder as an excuse to avoid punishment for the attack. In this scenario, her true intention could have been to harm or even kill her ex-boyfriend. So, after listening to the whole situation in Morgan's explanation of events, the officers delivered the news that she was under arrest and needed to go to the police station. She teared up and pleaded with them to tell her what would be happening next with her. She was already shaken by the attack. The thought of being arrested filled her with even more fear. She worried about her daughter and whether she'd ever see her again. She cried and pleaded for her father's help. As someone who knew about the issue she had been facing, she hoped he could make sense of the situation and provide an explanation for what had happened once Morgan was in handcuffs and on her way to the police station. Her brother Ethan was already in an interview room, sharing written statements about Morgan and her ex-boyfriend's troubled relationship. Their life wasn't as happy and picture-perfect as it seemed to be on the surface. Ethan shared that Morgan and her ex-boyfriend had a rocky relationship. Her ex even claimed that Morgan had physically harmed him and hit him multiple times. Despite having a child together and sharing a home, Morgan and her ex-boyfriend's relationship was far from harmonious. They argued constantly over trivial issues, to the point where he would simply shut down during arguments and distance himself from her. Eventually, their relationship reached a breaking point, and they had decided to end it 1 to 2 months before the stabbing incident. Ethan also told the officer that Morgan had been dealing with depression, especially for the past year since the birth of her child, who was now 11 months old. This revelation made the police wonder if the end of their relationship contributed to Morgan's mental health struggles, and if the stabbing was an act of revenge. They were trying to connect the dots between Morgan's personal challenges and the tragic events that had unfolded. As the interview with Ethan concluded, Morgan found herself in an interrogation room. The officer began by reading her Miranda rights and informing her of her legal rights. In response, Morgan asked the detective if she should have a lawyer present before or after questioning. Once more, Morgan requested the detective to contact her father over the phone. Her father reassured her to remain composed and to not fear. He firmly believed that she was innocent and advised her to stay calm and trust him. While Morgan waited for her father to arrive, half an hour seemed to stretch on forever. When he finally showed up, he revealed the truth behind Morgan's actions. He explained to the officers that Morgan had been battling postpartum depression, and up until now, nothing this violent had ever occurred during her struggles with this health issue. Postpartum depression is a type of depression that some people experience after having a baby. It can make them feel sad, anxious, and overwhelmed, and it might be hard for them to take care of themselves and their baby. For Morgan, dealing with postpartum depression made her feel even more stressed and sad than she already was. It might have made her thoughts and feelings confusing, which could have affected her actions in unexpected ways, and helped build the visions of the dark character. After the interview ended, Morgan talked to her father, and together, they decided not to talk to the detectives anymore, unless they had a lawyer with them. They wanted a trusted advisor by their side to make sure everything was handled properly and to protect their rights. Despite sustaining 19 stab wounds all over his body, including to his back, right shoulder, chest, face, and hands, Morgan's ex-boyfriend miraculously survived. He mentioned that while Morgan had shown abusive and sometimes violent behavior in the past, nothing had occurred between them the night of the incident. He also stated to his knowledge she had never threatened to kill him. The police charged Morgan of attempted first-degree homicide for stabbing her ex-boyfriend 19 times while he slept, but in August 2023, Morgan pleaded not guilty due to mental illness, explaining that her actions were influenced by her mental state. Later on, she accepted the plea deal to reduce her charges. Instead of the initial charges, she pleaded no contest to aggravated battery with the intent to cause great bodily harm and second-degree recklessly endangering safety. As a result, she received a sentence of 7 years and 6 months in prison on November 3, 2023. Additionally, she will have to serve 5 years of extended supervision for the aggravated battery charge. After that, she'll serve another 5 years of probation for second-degree recklessly endangering safety. She's currently serving her time in prison. Morgan's case sheds light on the complexities of mental health issues and their intersection with the legal system. While her actions resulted in severe consequences, the use of not guilty by reason of mental illness highlights the importance of addressing mental health issues within our society. As she serves her time in prison, questions linger. How can we better identify and support individuals struggling with mental health issues before they escalate to such tragic events? And how can the legal system change to make sure that people with mental illness are treated fairly and get the right outcomes when they're involved in criminal cases? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me. And you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 14 years later, the sinister mystery behind the disappearance is resolved. Due to a lack of witnesses or evidence, certain crimes can take years or even decades to investigate. Investigations are occasionally purposefully misinformed to cause misunderstandings or lead investigators astray. Many of these cases ultimately wind up as unresolved cases on the shelves of archives, However, investigations can be reopened at any moment when new information becomes available, and crimes involving life-ending acts and abuses of varying degrees of severity typically do not have a statute of limitations. Cases involving the disappearance of people, especially children, are frequently resolved quickly. The first 3 days, when there is a good chance of locating the individual alive, are thought to be crucial. After that, the likelihood of a positive result quickly decreases. Georgina Kruger, a German schoolgirl from Berlin who went missing, was the subject of an investigation that lasted more than 10 years and was regarded as one of the most enigmatic cases in German criminology history. The girl was only a few hundred meters from her home when she vanished during the day while returning from school. Even though the case was frequently reopened, there was little chance of solving the crime because no witnesses, leads, or evidence were discovered. However, the culprit was ultimately caught due to the careful work of undercover officers. How well known are Georgina Kruger and her relatives? Born in Munich on April 11, 1992, Georgina, also known as Gina Kruger, was the middle child of a modest household. She was raised with her younger sister Michelle, who was 2.5 years her junior, and her older brother Tommy, who was 8 years her senior. Gina's parents divorced when she was 11 years old, and her older brother, who was 19 at the time, elected to go home with their father. Their mother, Vesna, and their maternal grandmother were the main caregivers for the girls. Both girls were naturally creative, participated in dance and music, and excelled academically. The family led a simple life, and although their father stayed in touch with his ex-wife and children, he was more concerned with providing for his older son, whom he helped financially through school and in other ways. After receiving an offer of a lucrative position in Berlin, Vesna relocated there with her mother and daughters in June 2006. On September 1, the family moved into house number 8 on Stendal Street in the Moabit area. The sisters went to one of the top local schools, which was reachable by bus even though it was in a separate district. Vesna had high ambitions for the future and was thrilled with her new position, but the family's calm and collected life was quickly upended. Since she was little, she had aspired to be an actor. Gina took singing and dancing very seriously and gave them her whole attention. She attended acting and stage speaking classes, engaged avidly in school theater, and dreamed of a future in performing after being inspired by Indian cinema. Teachers who worked with Kruger as a child observed that she undoubtedly had the requisite skills and therefore foresaw her future success and notoriety. In addition, the girl was tall for her age, had a slim, feminine form, and a bright, expressive expression. In addition to keeping up with fashion trends, she made an effort to dress attractively and used decorative cosmetics with intelligence and expertise. It's important to note that Georgina used makeup and hired pros to do it for her friends and neighbors over the summer vacations in Munich and Berlin. She actively participated in casting calls in an attempt to get a job on television or the big screen. She was able to make a couple appearances in crowd situations, although they were extremely unnoticeable. But on Friday, September 22, 2006, she was finally blessed with good fortune. Her application was accepted for a guest appearance on the television show Turkish for Beginners. On Monday, September 25, Gina was expected to get a call back to confirm her cast status, go over specifics, and extend an invitation to sign a contract. The young beauty, who was the new beauty in town and at her new school, made a big impression right away and caught the interest of every boy in her class. But because the females openly envied her and viewed her as a rival, she found it difficult to get along with them. Her peers took a while to welcome her to the group and spoke with her grudgingly, despite the fact that Gina was outgoing, open, and kind, avoided confrontations, and made an effort to engage with every student in the class. In addition to being extremely attractive, the teenage lady was also a talented dancer and singer, and she even got an opportunity from a modeling agency to try her hand at becoming a photo model. She consented, but regrettably, she was unable to attend the scheduled early October photo shoot. Gina had a dream that she would eventually become a movie actress in Bollywood or Hollywood. Dreaming of fame, recognition, and film awards, she pictured herself alongside celebrities on the red carpets of major film festivals. She was prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill her dreams. A few miles from home, the schoolgirl abruptly vanished without a trace, just as she was about to make it happen. The schoolgirl had no qualms about her role in the TV show, so she was waiting for confirmation. Georgina's only thought during the weekend was the studio's impending call, which would ultimately determine her destiny. She could immediately picture herself on set, practicing her lines, and she was thrilled and motivated. As usual, she left for school in the morning on Monday, September 25. Since the call was anticipated in the late afternoon, Gina urged her grandma to accept any calls, vowing not to loiter anywhere since she was scheduled to arrive home by 2 o'clock. For Kruger, the day went on and on. Since she hadn't disclosed her involvement in the casting, her classmates observed that she appeared stressed, was always looking at the clock, and was having trouble concentrating in class. By the conclusion of school, everyone had a different interpretation of her nervous state. After gathering her things, Georgina rushed to the closest bus stop, boarded bus number 27, which she took every day, and left for home. 3 stops later, Rue Rettenover, a short distance from her home, was where she got off. She disappeared somewhere in the middle of the trip to her apartment, though, and never returned home. Neither alive nor dead, Georgina Kruger was never seen again. Look for the schoolgirl who went missing. The grandmother had made lunch and laid the table about 2 in the afternoon as she waited for the girls to get home from school. The older granddaughter was excitedly anticipating the call and had no intentions to remain out, so it was rather odd that she did not show up. Georgina was scheduled to return first, and Michelle a little later, because she had extra sessions at the music school that day. The grandma became worried when Michelle got home at 3 and began phoning Gina to ask where she had disappeared to. But the schoolgirl's phone was off. Later attempts to contact her were unsuccessful as well. Anxiety increased, and Vesna recognized something serious had happened when she got home from work and discovered her daughter was missing and her cell phone was inaccessible. When the mother called the school first, she was told that Kruger had gone to all of her classes and had left on the bus as normal. In the hopes that the ladies had just gotten sidetracked in conversation or had stopped at a cafe on their way home, the woman then got in touch with a number of her daughter's friends. However, they informed her that Georgina was rushing and had gone straight home. After that, the worried women went to the police station and reported the 14-year-old girl missing. At first, the police were skeptical, speculating that the schoolgirl might have gone on a date, visited a friend, or gotten into a fight with a classmate and was sulking by herself in a park. Once every scenario had been tried, and it had been confirmed that the youngster was not present in any of the expected places. Assuming that the child might have run into problems, been hurt, or been harmed on her way home from school, detectives started looking through accident reports and contacting hospitals, but Gina had not been admitted to any of them either. Extensive searches and witness interviews started as night fell. As it turned out, the youngster was last seen getting off the bus and turning toward the street that led to her house at the bus stop. The schoolgirl wore a denim jacket, gray sneakers, a light blue t-shirt, and blue pants that were scuffed. She was carrying her cell phone, textbooks, and notebooks in a pink sports bag with a long, broad strap. The signal from the girl's device allowed investigators to follow her travels. In fact, she went to school all day, got on the bus, and got off at her stop. But the signal abruptly vanished about halfway to her house and never came back. A search team with canines trained to identify the scent of living or deceased persons was sent to Stendhal Street, where the Kruger family lived, and that is where the search started. Finding the teenage girl alive and unhurt was still a possibility at that point. Disappeared without a trace. Every residence was searched. All residents and possible witnesses were questioned, and basements and attics were examined by law authorities. Even dogs were unable to find Georgina's trail by the following morning. Despite conversations with staff at nearby shops and cafes, throughout the city, flyers featuring the schoolgirl's pictures and asking for any information on her have been displayed. The police station received dozens of reports about people seeing a girl who looked like her in various locations throughout the city, but regrettably, all of the leads were untrue. At the same time, investigators started tracking down all area individuals who had previously been convicted, as well as those who had been released on bond. Criminals and those who had displayed an unhealthy interest in youngsters received particular attention. All of these attempts, nevertheless, were unsuccessful. The schoolgirl did not return home, as if she had disappeared into thin air. It appeared as though she had never been at all, as no signs or personal items were discovered. A false lead. The investigation was put on hold after months of fruitless searching because there were no leads, no clues, and no notion which way to go. But a year or so after Georgina vanished, an unidentified caller called the police station and said that the girl's body was lying at the bottom of a local lake. Despite not being able to identify the caller, authorities held on to this information and chose to look into it for a few weeks. Using cutting-edge gear, highly qualified divers searched the lakebed. They definitely checked almost every inch, but they couldn't find any sign of Kruger, even though the lead proved to be untrue. It renewed public interest in the case. It was determined to carry out another search because the missing girl was being aggressively debated and covered by the media once more. The police brought in search dogs and conducted additional interviews with neighbors, but it was obvious that these efforts would probably be fruitless because the dogs had failed to detect the girl's scent on the day she vanished. After a year, there was little chance of success because the Kruger family did not accept the investigators' conviction that the schoolgirl was dead. According to the mythology Vesna created for herself, her daughter had fled to India and was now acting in Bollywood movies, singing and dancing as she had always imagined. With these thoughts, the mom comforted herself and kept living for her younger daughter. The monster next door. Search operations were sporadically revived, and in 2016, some 10 years after a girl went missing, a Stenhall Street resident complained to the police about a neighbor who was actively luring young females to his home. This neighbor turned out to be Ali K., a 35-year-old Turkish immigrant who was legally married, had 3 kids, and made an effort to project an ideal family man to everyone around him. After examining Ali more closely and analyzing his personality, the police were appalled to learn that he had already been the subject of an investigation 4 years before. He cleverly enticed a local schoolgirl at the time by offering to sell her a cutting-edge smartphone for a symbolic sum. He led the girl to his storeroom in the apartment building's basement, hit her over the head, and forced her into tight quarters. After making the youngster promise not to tell anybody about what had happened, he helped her clean up before she left and offered her a paper napkin to wipe away her tears. In order to avoid the monster's grasp, the girl vowed to be quiet. However, she informed her parents about the incident as soon as she was free, and the two of them rushed to the police to report the aggressive acts. The schoolgirl described the man's basement storeroom, describing it as more akin to a madman's lair. Despite sharing his version of events and strongly denying any responsibility, Ali was arrested that same day. Since the smartphone was in his basement closet, he claimed that he was in fact selling the device and that the girl herself had indicated a wish to purchase it. They descended together, and after looking at the gadget, the visitor explained she had always wanted one, but was willing to pay for it in another way because she lacked the funds. Ali claims that after the girl started kissing him and taking off her clothes, he tried to talk sense into her by pushing her away violently, which caused her to fall and strike her head. Because the man had taken a contraceptive, which he later disposed of, it was impossible to prove that they were intimately close, even if this explained the injuries and bruises on her body. Melik, Ali's wife, started accusing the girl of immoral behavior and attempting to woo her husband while simultaneously totally supporting her husband. The man was ultimately found guilty of causing moderate bodily harm and given a suspended sentence. However, when the police resumed their investigation into Kruger's disappearance, they made the decision to examine him in depth once more. Ali K. lived mostly on benefits and worked odd jobs to make ends meet because he had no stable job. He frequently accrued debt and loved to gamble. He frequently went to the Turkish coffee shop on the ground level of his building, where he met new people and received food and beverages as gifts. Desperate to appear younger than his years, the man kept his appearance under check. He occasionally even spent children's benefits on his stylish attire. This man's attraction to girls, however, was his primary peculiarity. He made repeated attempts to approach youngsters, ask them inappropriate questions, and gave them odd and unlawful assistance, such helping them acquire smokes or alcohol. In this new inquiry, the police had nothing against Ali, despite the fact that he most closely resembled Georgina's kidnapper. However, the appearance of a new suspect led to the reopening of the Kruger case and the start of a new inquiry. Ali K. was taken to the station and interrogated, although he course denied any connection to the case that had been going on for 10 years. An examination of his basement storage room revealed no signs of the missing schoolgirl. Investigators observed that this location did appear to be more of a gathering spot than a place to store things. In particular, Ali's storage room had not been examined because, first, there was no reason to, and second, residents claimed that the door was always locked, allowing only the owner to enter. It turned out that 10 years prior, he and his neighbors had been questioned, and his basement had been examined. Ali was one of the most involved members of the search team at the time, and had been actively involved in it. The police chose to put Kay under surveillance in order to gather as much information as they could about him, even though they had nothing specific to accuse him of. All of his phone conversations were recorded, and unofficial surveillance was set up. This soon produced preliminary findings, and investigators learned that the man had large obligations that his wife was unaware of. He had lost roughly 10,000 euros playing poker, and was clueless about how to escape this situation. This element, undercover agents, was chosen as the investigation's main emphasis. It was decided to put an undercover agent in the suspect's inner circle in the hopes of winning his trust, getting the information he needed, and getting a confession to be recorded. To keep the suspect safe and avoid raising suspicions, everything had to be done gradually and cautiously. A special agent, codenamed Hakan, was developed and dispatched for this purpose. He pretended to be a prosperous businessman who had just relocated to the Moab Ed region to build a car servicing station. He went to Ali's building's cafe a few times, where he talked loudly with a partner about company matters and ambitions. The partner said they had to find a manager quickly, since they were leaving, adding that it was a well-paying job and that making the right decision was crucial. The second man departed after saying these things, and Hakan remained to finish his coffee when Ali unexpectedly came over and took a seat at his table. He instantly offered himself for the management role after falling for the ruse. After a brief but informal conversation, the businessman remarked that Ali would be a good fit for the position and then brought up the pay. When Ali saw the apparition, his eyes brightened. He started to fantasize about paying off his debt and purchasing the sports car of his dreams. The two rapidly developed a connection after exchanging phone numbers and starting to talk on a daily basis. In an effort to build rapport and earn Ali's trust, Hakan even began taking him on business trips to other cities. However, this friendship had the opposite effect, as the suspect tried to show his potential employer the best version of himself. He took pride in his accomplishments, no matter how small, and he would rather remain silent about any wrongdoing. After a few months, the investigation decided to bring in a new agent, this time a woman who would pretend to be Khan's girlfriend. After determining that the case was not moving forward, Susan entered the narrative at this point with the intention of becoming friends with Ali's wife Malik and attempting to learn whatever secrets the husband could be concealing. They got along after just a few meetings, and then the four of them began to interact like a family. Although Malik was outgoing, she thought her spouse was almost perfect. She had ignored his adultery for years, didn't trust the teenager who accused him of violence, and believed her husband was a fine man who was simply unlucky in his career. Now, though, things would soon alter. Susan came to the conclusion that Ali's wife wasn't merely acting as his stand-in. She really thought he was just not able to hurt anyone. The agents even chose to employ a ruse, spreading a story that an unidentified source had provided the location of Kruger's remains and that the case was making progress. Hakan went out. Ali had been borrowing his automobile from time to time, and there was a newspaper with this item in it. This vehicle also had a number of cameras and recording equipment installed. She quickly saw the newspaper left behind as the guy and his wife got into the car. Perused the piece quickly, expressed some astonishment that the case was still under investigation, and then tossed the paper aside without comment. Melik was obviously unaware of this, or else she would have unintentionally exposed herself. Good cop, evil cop. 6. The study ultimately came to the conclusion that their scheme had failed after several months. The K family had gotten to know the agents and even trusted them to take care of their kids, but there would be no admissions. Ali made an effort to come out as morally pure and honest, and his wife was merely ignorant of the crime her husband had committed. Furthermore, it was getting more and more expensive to keep their cover. To keep the man from becoming suspicious, they even had to sign a fake employment contract with him and lease a place for the fictitious auto repair shop. Then, in a last-ditch effort, the probe involved the introduction of a malevolent agent. The narrative said that Kaur was his name. In addition to having a criminal past and operating an underground enterprise, he was Hakan's cousin. It was hoped that Ali would open up and confess his sins after meeting a kindred spirit. The men's common interests led to a rapid relationship. Kaur bought drinks for his new acquaintance, and the two of them went to a number of seedy clubs and establishments. Ali voluntarily assisted the new friend in his desire to spend his money lavishly after he admitted that he had earned it through less than fully legal means. He also moaned about his girlfriend all the time, saying that he was unable to quit their relationship because she was blackmailing him and threatening to report his illicit business to the authorities. He claimed that her appetites were expanding and that she was always requesting money. One day, when he and his companion were drinking, Kaur announced that he was prepared to pay 100,000 euros to anyone who would perform the dirty deed in order to get rid of his annoying, blackmailing girlfriend in a drastic manner. At this, Ali became excited and volunteered to do it himself. His companion concurred, but recommended that they talk about the specifics in a private setting once sober. In November 2017, while seated in the agent's vehicle, the men made a horrifying admission about their scheme to get rid of his bothersome girlfriend. And for 2 to 3 hours, at one point, Kaur questioned whether Ali could actually kill someone. Ali responded by disclosing information he said no one else was aware of. He acknowledged that he had killed someone with his bare hands over 11 years prior. According to Ali, a beautiful young girl who had moved onto his block in 2006 enthralled him. On her way to and from school, she stopped by his house twice a day, so he had committed her schedule to memory and would go out to say hello and provide praise. Even though she was young, he said she was attractive, and his desire for her was intense. Ali saw his opportunity on a beautiful September day, when the girl was coming home from school and the street was unusually quiet and empty. Unaware of the risk, he requested a female who lived next door to assist him move some things out of his storage room, and she graciously accepted. He locked the door once they entered the basement and attempted to kiss the schoolgirl, who screamed and resisted. After the encounter, he took advantage of her and struck her in the head, knocking her unconscious. He chose not to let her leave because he was worried that she may call the police and report him. He put his hands on her throat and squeezed as firmly as he could. Ali gave a detailed account of the procedure, describing how he felt the crunch and saw her neck pulse diminish. For several days, the girl's body was left in the basement. Therefore, the search team would have found the criminal right away if they had examined his storage place. However, nobody had any suspicions, so after the chaos subsided, he covered the body with an old rug and threw it in a trash can that was headed straight for the landfill. After Ali's confessions were captured on a camera mounted in Kaur's vehicle, he was arrested that same day's evening. Sadly, the girl's remains were never located because her corpse was effectively burnt and the landfill's rubbish was routinely burned. The trial and verdict. It took an additional 2.5 years for the offender to receive a final verdict in this case. He vehemently denied any guilt, saying he had made up the whole thing to win Kaur's trust. However, he was actually planning to turn in his friend to the authorities as soon as he got the money in order to save his fiancée. The criminal's own confession was the only piece of evidence discovered, but his comprehensive and in-depth description was sufficient to persuade the jury of this man's guilt. Almost 14 years after Georgina vanished, in March 2020, Alkay was given a life sentence in prison without the chance of parole. Melit, his wife, was certain that her husband had implicated himself while pursuing a good cause. Thus, she never thought he was guilty. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The footage you just saw wasn't fiction. It wasn't acted. It was real. These were real people, real victims caught in the grip of a monster hiding in plain sight. That monster was 36-year-old Maury Troy Travis. His crimes were so disturbing, so inhuman, that the local police chief ordered psychological counseling for any officer forced to view the evidence. The basement where he committed his atrocities became known as something closer to a torture chamber than a crime scene. Maury Travis didn't just kill, he orchestrated cruelty. He lured women into his home with cold calculation, brought them down into his basement, and subjected them to torture that defies comprehension. But how did such a seemingly quiet, respectful man carry out acts so horrific? What could drive someone like Travis to such depths of evil? And how did he manage to keep his crimes hidden in a quiet suburb? To understand the darkness behind the mask, we need to go back to the beginning. Maury Troy Travis, born on October 21, 1965, in St. Louis, Missouri, lived a life that on the surface looked painfully average. Known as Toby to those close to him, he grew up in Carr Square, a public housing complex, before his family moved to a modest home in Ferguson in 1976. He lived with his mother, Sandra Travis, and his father, Michael V. Travis. There were no signs of physical abuse, no record of early criminal behavior, just the usual growing pains of a quiet, introverted kid. He was polite, exceptionally polite. Teachers remembered him as well-mannered and soft-spoken. One neighbor recalled him mowing lawns without being asked. A teacher described him as one of the quietest students she'd ever had. For years, no one saw him as anything but a background character, unremarkable, invisible, and easily forgotten. Even when investigators later retraced his past, interviewed old classmates and neighbors, many couldn't even remember him. He had left so little impression on the world around him until the truth of what he became finally surfaced. And when it did, it left scars not just on his victims, but on an entire city. He graduated from McClure High School in 1985 and served 2 years as an Army reservist. Following that, he worked as a medical and dental assistant. Additionally, he managed to secure employment locally with haulage companies and even volunteered at a local nursing home. Maury Travis's enrollment in Morris Brown College in 1986 at the age of 22 seemed like a positive step forward. However, it was also in this private institute in Atlanta where he encountered and formed a relationship with cocaine, sending his life into a downward spiral. His addiction quickly escalated to a severe level, costing him $300, 0 cents a day. Morris's plunge into criminal activities to support his habit swiftly brought him to the attention of law enforcement the following year. Up until that point, he had a clean record, making his sudden shift into illegal behavior quite unexpected. Rather than a gradual escalation, his actions took a surprising and abrupt turn from his prior conduct. In March 1988, during his college spring break, Maury engaged in a string of robberies that raised eyebrows. To everyone's surprise, he targeted 5 shoe stores in St. Louis within 8 days. What added an unusual twist to these crimes was his choice of weapon. Instead of a loaded firearm, he used a plastic toy gun to instill fear. This abrupt shift into criminal behavior was truly unexpected, especially given his clean record before these incidents. This is where Maury Travis took a sharp turn into criminal activity. The armed robberies he committed resulted in his initial capture. Witnesses provided the police with details about his car, leading to his arrest. The detective handling the case was taken aback, as Maury didn't fit the typical image of a criminal. Upon being apprehended, Maury claimed to have hazy memories of the crimes, attributing it to drug influence. While awaiting sentencing, he underwent a drug rehabilitation program and claimed to have successfully overcome his addiction. Despite these efforts and his clean record before this, the court had taken his actions into account during proceedings. Character references poured in support of Maury, including one from a congressman and U.S. representative. These testimonials highlighted his rehabilitation efforts, asserting that his criminal behavior was an aberration in his character. Despite this acknowledgement, Maury received a 15-year prison sentence on July 5, 1989, at the age of 23. This marked the start of his time behind bars for his criminal actions. From the outset, Maury realized that his time in prison wouldn't be easy. He attested to the inhospitable conditions, citing frequent assaults and an abundance of drugs that posed a significant threat to his rehabilitation. Having successfully addressed his dependency issues, he found himself surrounded by drugs in this challenging environment. In a desperate plea to the judge, Maury wrote a letter urging him to reconsider his sentence, pouring his heart out in the hope of a lenient outcome. In his plea to the judge, Maury wrote on how he was constantly thinking of taking his own life due to the horrible conditions he was living in. He ended by asking the judge to give him another chance in society. Maury was granted parole in 1994, serving only 5 years and 3 months of his sentence at the Farmington Correctional Center. His early release was primarily attributed to his exemplary behavior, although he had 13 conduct violations. They were minor infractions. Upon his release, he moved into a duplex where neighbors regarded him as an excellent resident who didn't cause any disturbances. After serving time, initially from March 1989 through June 1994, Maury faced additional prison stages due to drug charges from February 1998 to January 1999 due to repeatedly violating his parole. Once outside prison, he worked in various restaurants, keeping to himself mostly. He also displayed an unusual fixation for his 2000 black Mitsubishi Eclipse, spending considerable time cleaning and maintaining it. Although neighbors and classmates of Maury didn't have any suspicious information about him, March 2001 saw Maury's girlfriend leave him, and this was when bodies of women began to turn up around town. Between March 2001 and May 2002, Maury would actively pick up sex workers along the extended stretch of Broadway, known as the Stroll north of St. Louis. In fact, 4 suspected victims of Maury were later discovered in this area. It gained notoriety for its numerous crack houses and the availability of such workers. Maury would pick them up and then bring them back to his home in Ferguson. Once there, he would keep some of these women for days, subjecting them to his whims. However, it wasn't solely for his personal satisfaction. He recorded the horrifying events taking place in the basement. Videotapes documenting these acts were later discovered concealed within a wall. Some of the video clips showed Maury engaging in consensual but rough roleplay involving bondage with women. There were also instances when he was seen using drugs, yet he would let them go unharmed. However, in other footage, Maury could be seen indulging in much darker activities, from keeping women hostage for days in his dungeon to strangling them to death. Law enforcement initially struggled to comprehend why he chose to spare certain women while murdering others. One hypothesis suggests that the tipping point might have been when he discovered that a particular sex worker had children. It appeared that this discovery triggered a violent rage since they chose drugs over their children, although it's not confirmed. He also made them perform the most unbelievable rituals. Maury would get them to dance in white clothes. Then at times, he'd get them to wear sunglasses where the lenses were completely blacked out so they couldn't see. By doing this, he was taking power away from them completely. He would then restrain their legs with a rope and handcuff them. At times, he'd even cover their eyes with duct tape. In the footage that they found, they saw these women shackled to a wooden post with Maury verbally taunting them. He would tell them what was going to happen, or they needed to berate them as well. At times, he'd get angry because he'd find out that these women had children. He also used to criticize them, expressing aggression and violence due to their choice of drugs over their kids. In some of the earliest footage, Maury is actually seen standing over a nearly naked woman, heavily bound with a rope and handcuffed. Then he suddenly grabs the belt, snaps it tightly around her neck and strangles her until she's unconscious and she's limp. He may even have broken her neck. He then just leaves her body face down on the floor. It's truly horrifying to think that Maury Travis was able to carry out such horrific crimes without raising suspicion. One thing we know is Maury Travis's ability to blend into the background made him a master of disguise. His unassuming nature allowed him to operate unnoticed, making him the last person anyone would suspect of such heinous crimes. On July 31, 2000, the discovery of the first known victim, Mary Shields, 61, in East St. Louis, Illinois, began a haunting pattern in the months that followed. The tragedies escalated on March 24, 2001, when the body of Cassandra F. Walker, 19, was found in Washington Park, Illinois. Elisa Greenway, a 34-year-old, caught in a seemingly hopeless cycle of addiction, was discovered deceased on April 5, 2001, in Washington Park, Illinois. Her body showed signs of strangulation with ligature marks found on her wrist and ankles. Near her body, authorities found a tire impression identified as a Bridgestone Potenza tire, which was photographed for further analysis. Not long after, on May 15, 2001, Teresa Wilson, 36, was discovered in West Alton, Missouri. May 30, 2001, marked the discovery of Betty James, 46, in St. Louis, with an evident tire impression distinct from earlier scenes. The St. Louis Police Department strongly believed that all these murders were the work of the same individual, as the crimes were executed in a similar manner. By June 29, 2001, Verona Thompson, 36, was found in West Alton, Missouri. Following this, on August 25, 2001, Devon Cruz, 50, was discovered in East St. Louis, Illinois. The haunting silence after October 8, 2001, when Brenda Beasley, age 33, was found dead in East St. Louis, Illinois, raised speculation. Authorities speculated three possible scenarios. Either the perpetrator was in custody, had passed away, or had relocated from the area. However, the unsettling quiet broke as the year changed. The cycle resumed, claiming 4 lives. The first unidentified victim was found on January 30, 2002. Another unidentified victim was found near Mascoutah, Illinois on March 11, 2002. The next unidentified victim was discovered in Columbia, Illinois on March 28, 2002. And the final unidentified victim was reported in West Alton, Missouri on May 25, 2002. Each day marked a sorrowful moment, revealing a frightening pattern. What ultimately led to uncovering the killer will stun you like never before. In an attempt to bring attention to one of the victims and maintain public interest in the investigation, Bill Smith penned an article. This was about Teresa Wilson, a victim, and her life struggles leading up to her unfortunate demise. He named the killer the Streetwalker Strangler. The article was published in the paper's May 19, 2002 issue. Less than a week later, Smith received a letter at his desk. While it's not uncommon for media personnel to receive letters or correspondence, this letter had an unusual return address on the envelope: Thraldom, 325311 Lafayette Street, New York, New York, 10,012. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. Zip code 10,012 encompasses portions of Manhattan, Soho, NoHo, Nolita, and Greenwich Village neighborhoods. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. However, the thraldom address is fictional, so why would someone use that term for an address? According to Merriam-Webster, thraldom refers to the state of being an enslaved person. It also served as the name of a bondage website. The letter was typed using what appeared to be Lucida handwriting font in red ink with minimal punctuation. Smith initially believed it was a prank. He quickly realized the letter was no joke, and that a person claiming to be the Streetwalker Strangler was contacting him. The letter read, "Dear Bill, nice sob story about Teresa Wilson. Write one about Greenwade. Write a good one, and I'll tell you where many others are to prove I'm real. Here's directions to number 17. Search in a 50-yard radius from the X. Put the story in the Sunday paper like the last." The letter Bill received included a map of West Alton marked with an X, indicating the location of a body. This sender offered to reveal the locations of additional victims, and as evidence of their identity, providing directions to number 17, accompanied by a typed internet-generated map. After finding a skeleton at the marked spot, authorities focused on the map, which appeared to have been generated using an internet mapping service. They found a possible match on Expedia.com. According to an affidavit by FBI agent Melanie Jimenez, on May 30, 2002, Expedia informed Jimenez that Microsoft, based in Redmond, Washington, provided the data for its maps site. The FBI requested records of any maps of West Alton made between May 18, 2002, the date of the newspaper story that prompted the letter, and May 21, 2002, the postmark on the envelope. It took 4 days to receive a response. On June 3, 2002, Microsoft reported that only one computer had accessed the map during the specified time period. The company further revealed that on May 20, the computer had zoomed in on the map of the West Alton, Missouri area approximately 10 times in chronological order, eventually generating a map that matched the one sent to the Post-Dispatch. However, Microsoft could not provide a name only an IP address, a meaningless string of numbers to most people, 65.227 and 106.78. To translate the IP number into a name, the FBI turned to WorldCom Incorporated, which provided local telephone numbers to connect internet services to their dial-up customers. WorldCom assigns a temporary IP address to each customer for each internet session. The challenge was not just to identify who used 65.227 and 116.78, but also to determine who used it at the specific time in question. The next day, on June 4, 2002, WorldCom's internet division UUNet identified the user as MSN Maury Travis. This led to the identification of the user's real name, Maury Troy Travis of Ferguson. Before this, back in 2001, Maury also hinted about his crime to one of his co-workers. He told him that East St. Louis was a good place to hide objects due to minimal police presence. He also told his co-worker's girlfriend, who worked at a TV station, that prostitutes' bodies were dumped in the same area. Maury didn't state that he was the one who killed them, but he said he knew about it from a friend. The talking letter to the editor and his hints to co-workers suggest that Maury might have been one of those serial killers who craved attention. His actions indicate a desire to be found, a twisted sense of power derived from the fear he instilled in the community. This information provided the basis for surveillance and on June 7, 2002, an arrest and search warrant. The warrant led to the discovery of evidence including DNA, entire trademarks linking Maury, a 36-year-old waiter, to some of the killings. Investigators launched a thorough search of Maurice's residence in Ferguson, Missouri, uncovering a horrifying scene hidden within the depths of his home. They discovered a torture chamber. The ground floor of his home was tidy and well maintained. The woman who lived with him, identified as his girlfriend, told police she had no clue about the basement and had never been there. While police officers examined the house and basement, FBI agents and other investigators conducted a 2-hour interrogation of Maury in his living room. They learned that his mother owned the residence and had allowed him to stay there. Authorities later revealed that Maury evaded giving direct answers and instead inquired about how they had located him. Upon being informed that the computer-printed map had led them to his doorstep, Maury became enraged. Shortly after police escorted Maury outside and placed him in a car, he consented to accompanying the police downtown for further questioning. Computer forensics experts entered the house to inspect Maurice's computer, where they uncovered drafts of the letter sent to journalist Bill Smith. Downstairs, investigators uncovered a house of horrors. They found bloodstains on the walls, ceiling, carpet, and furniture. Within this, they discovered chilling torture instruments, a menacing stun gun, and newspaper clippings documenting his heinous crimes. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come: videotapes capturing Maury's unspeakable acts of violence, subjecting his victims to horrific acts. The evidence from this torture chamber, coupled with DNA analysis, suggested that he committed the murders of between 12 and 20 women. He had been preying on vulnerable individuals, many of whom were drug addicts and sex workers in the states of Missouri and Illinois. Between 2002, Travis asked for a soda during questioning. Later, the can he drank from was sent to the lab for testing. DNA swabs were taken from the area near the opening of the can for epithelial cells in Travis's saliva, which could be used for DNA testing. Travis's DNA profile was then compared to the biological material found on 2 of the murder victims, Yvonne Cruz and Brenda Beasley. St. Louis Police Captain Harry Heger said that investigators also found a crude diagram in Maury's home showing plans for a basement extension. Heger said that Maury was planning to build 2 cells in the basement where he could chain the women, and then he was planning to build vents connecting the basement to the outside. Heger said that Maury also made a list of things that he needed to keep the woman captive for some time, and that one of the items on the list was adult diapers. We spoke about the victims, who were identified, but now let us uncover a few who are not known till the present. On May 25, 2002, the tragic case of St. Charles County Jane Doe came to light, adding another victim to the list of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. The woman's remains were discovered near West Alton, Missouri, leaving her identity shrouded in mystery for 21 years. The discovery of St. Charles County Jane Doe unfolded following the anonymous letter sent to local reporter Bill Smith on May 21, 2002. The skeletal remains of St. Charles County Jane Doe were found west of Highway 67 and south of St. Charles Street, scattered over a 30-foot wide area. It was determined that she was a female between the ages of 25 and 35, of black ethnicity, and approximately 5 feet 4 inches in height. One or more limbs and one or both hands were not recovered. The remains found at the crime scene included a sleeveless, coarse blue denim dress with metal buttons, a black and silver V-neck stretch shirt with 3/4-length sleeves, a black spandex top, a torn piece of blue jean-type material, a white cotton tube sock, a blue shoestring-type tie-up in the back, and a thin white cotton fragment. A few months prior, on March 28, 2002, another discovery had been made: the remains of an unidentified woman. She would come to be known as Monroe County Jane Doe, one of the 3 victims of the notorious St. Louis serial killer Maury Travis. Her identity remains a mystery, her story shrouded in silence. She was believed to be between the ages of 29 and 50, her African-American heritage evident in her skin tone. She stood at 5 feet 1 inch tall. Her petite frame weighed about 105 pounds. Her dark brown hair bore the mark of a healed fracture on her forehead, possibly a mark of a childhood injury. There was no indication that she had ever given birth. At the time of her discovery, they could find only skeletal remains, along with a green shirt and the letter M and the word Mavericks in orange lettering. Her attire was completed by khaki canvas shorts and a brown leather belt with a silver buckle. These simple garments provided the only clues to her identity, silent witnesses to her life. Just a few weeks before that, on March 11, 2002, in Lorraine, Illinois, the remains of Madison County Jane Doe were found. Madison County Jane Doe was believed to be between the ages of 23 and 30. Her ethnicity identified as black. Her height was estimated to be between 5'1" and 5'6", and she weighed around 105 pounds. She also had dark hair when discovered. The victim's decomposed body was clad in a red and white, checkered flannel-style shirt, bearing the brand Tommy Hilfiger, and a pair of gray shorts from the brand Second Skins. A little under 2 months before that, St. Clair County Jane Doe, a woman whose identity remains a mystery, was discovered on January 30, 2002. Her skeletal remains were found in Mascataw, Illinois, though the exact cause of her death remains undetermined. She is presumed to be one of the unidentified victims of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. At the time of her discovery, she was believed to be between the ages of 20 and 40, of African-American descent. Her skeletal remains revealed clues about her life, including 3 piercings in her right ear, a healed fracture above her left ankle, and additional healed fractures on her nasal bones, left second rib, wrist, and below her neck. She was found wearing a black velour sleeveless catsuit bearing the brand Jason Matthews with full-length legs. 2 yellow metal rings adorned her left middle finger. People were shocked and confused by how a man with such an appealing personality could be involved in these terrible crimes. The mother of one of his ex-girlfriends from Pagedale expressed her shock and disbelief over the news of Maury's arrest. Her daughter had dated him back in 2001, and she described him as a perfect gentleman who always seemed happy and laid back. She couldn't believe that the man she knew could be different from the person now accused of such heinous crimes. Maury was suspected of being involved in the murders of 12 women, and he was also charged with 2 counts of kidnapping. Federal court documents linked him to these crimes. Police investigators believed that Maury may have killed more than 17 women in total. Following his arrest on June 7, 2002, Maury was taken into custody for interrogation and was placed on preventative monitoring until his trial for the alleged offenses. Just one St. Louis thought justice had been served with Maury. His arrest on June 7, 2002. The city saw darkness again 3 days later, on June 10, 2002. Maury planned to escape his sentence. He did that in the most unthinkable way possible. Maury Travis reportedly wrote a brief note on a sheet of paper in his 8th-floor jail cell in Clayton. Outside the cell, another inmate tasked with monitoring Maury attempted to keep watch through a window. Maury had no desire to spend the rest of his life in prison or face execution by injection. He conveyed to those who would read his final words. Instead, he decided to end his life on his own terms. He explained that he left a note to demonstrate, "You guys didn't kill me." His note read, "Dear Mom, I'm sorry for the pain this caused you and the family. My death seems to be the only way out, and a fast end to all the publicity. You were the best mother a man could have. But I've been sick for a long time, sick in the head, since I was about 14. I don't know why. I was just sick. I've never felt normal or happy at any time in my life. I think about the life I lead and what's ahead of me. This seems the best solution for all involved, especially me, because I won't spend the rest of my life locked up, or worse, let them kill me with a needle. Tell Grandma Marina James and everybody, I love them dearly. I love you the most, but you know that forever. Your son, Toby Travis." Jail regulations prohibited the inmate assigned to the anti-self-harm vigil from maintaining a clear view of what was to transpire, and the guards violated jail rules, skipping 15-minute checks, providing Maury with 45 minutes of privacy to carry out his plan. According to Clayton police, Maury meticulously threaded a torn strip of bedsheet through small holes in a jail wall vent 6 feet from the floor and looped the other end around his neck. He placed a pillowcase over his head, stuffed additional cloth into his mouth, and somehow managed to tie his hands behind his back. 12 years after Maury himself died in prison, his mother, Sandra Travis, still owned the home where he committed his horrific acts. In 2014, she rented the house to Katrina McGaw without mentioning its dark past. McGaw learned about the house's history from a television documentary and requested to break her lease, but Sandra refused. News 4 contacted Sandra, who claimed she had informed McGaw about the house's past. McGaw denied this, stating that she would have remembered the murders if Sandra had told her. Technically, landlords are not obligated to disclose information about a home's past in this country. Landlords are only required to report physical defects. The St. Louis Housing Authority intervened, allowing McGaw to move out at the end of the month, despite Sandra's objections. The situation was complex. On one hand, it was understandable that Sandra, the mother of a serial killer, would want to put the past behind her. She was legally entitled to rent the house without disclosing any information about past events, but it may not have been ethically right to do so. On the other hand, McGaw, who had a 2-year-old daughter, was uncomfortable living in a house where women were tortured and murdered. She also mentioned that her daughter had occasionally played near the same pole in the basement where Maury Travis tied up his victims. Considering how disturbing the whole situation was, McGaw understandably wanted to move out as soon as possible. Sadly, the victims found no closure. Moreover, several victims remained unidentified, adding to the heartbreak of this case. After witnessing these tragic events, one thing becomes evident. You never truly know who lives next door. This monstrous individual was carrying out these heinous acts right beneath everyone's noses, escaping notice even from those close to him. What's truly confounding is the mystery surrounding his actions. How could he commit 17 murders in his basement without anyone suspecting a thing, not even the women he dated? And then, the ultimate enigma. Why did he choose to end his own life in that prison cell? Was the reality of prison more horrific than the agony these women faced? Or was he such a narcissist that he couldn't bear anyone else deciding when his life would end? This case raises more questions than answers. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Dismembered limbs. A head boiling in a pot. Blood smeared across nearly every surface of the home. These are the horrifying scenes that greeted officers during what began as a simple welfare check at the Guy family residence in Tennessee. What they uncovered was something out of a nightmare. A crime so gruesome, so unthinkable, it left even the most seasoned investigators shaken. For most parents, there's no greater purpose than raising their children. nurturing them, guiding them, protecting them long after they've grown. Joel and Lisa Guy were no different. They had devoted their lives to giving their son the best they could offer. But in a chilling twist, it was that very devotion that would be their undoing. Before we go any further, consider this your warning. What you're about to hear is graphic, disturbing, and not for the faint of heart. This isn't just another true crime story. This is one of the most savage murders ever committed by a child against their own parents. To understand what led to this horrific act, we need to take a closer look at the victims. And if you're picturing cold, abusive parents, you're wrong. Joel Guy Sr., known as Michael to his friends and family, was a kind, hard-working man. The kind of father who showed up, provided for his family, and tried to lead by example. Alongside him was his wife Lisa, a loving mother who poured everything she had into raising their children. They had spent their lives making sacrifices for their son, but behind closed doors, their generosity was being manipulated, and what happened next would turn a quiet suburban home into the scene of one of the most horrifying family massacres in American history. Michael was born on February 10, 1955, and he worked as a pipeline engineer. With his experience in the field, it's safe to say he was doing well for himself. He earned a solid salary, enough to comfortably support his growing family. Anyone who knew Michael would tell you he wasn't just kind. He was the type of person who made you feel seen and cared for, always willing to lend a hand or give advice, even when you didn't ask for it. He took immense pride in everything he did, whether it was his career or his family, and he made sure the people around him felt that pride too. If you were close to Michael, you knew he wasn't just a dad or a husband. He was someone who genuinely cared and wanted to make sure everyone around him was doing well. Now, Michael had 3 daughters from his first marriage. While the reasons behind the divorce weren't entirely clear, one thing was certain. The daughters held no grudges against their father. They had always maintained a good relationship with him, and that didn't change when he remarried. Michael's second wife, Lisa, was as kind-hearted as he was. Just like Michael, Lisa was someone who made everyone feel welcome and cared for. His daughters quickly warmed up to her, and there was no drama or resentment. Lisa treated them like her own children, showering them with love and affection. This was evident when one of Michael's daughters testified in court, explaining how Lisa became a mother figure in her life. She even went as far as to get an engagement ring that resembled Lisa's. She remembered all the small details about Lisa, the favorite shirt, the favorite cups, and everything else that made Lisa so special to her. Just like you just heard, this wasn't a mom who abused her children or mistreated them in a way that made them feel unloved. It's clear, just from the words of her stepdaughter alone, that Lisa poured love into every single member of her family. Additionally, Lisa worked in human resources at an engineering firm and was known for being reliable and generous. She was the kind of person who, no matter how busy she was, would stop to comfort a stranger in distress. She had a big heart, always putting others first. From this perspective, it was evident that both Michael and Lisa were known for their giving nature, and to everyone around them, they seemed like the perfect couple. Soulmates, living a perfect life. However, everything began to change when Michael and Lisa welcomed their only biological child together, Joel Guy Jr. That moment marked the start of a shift no one could have foreseen. Unlike his warm and kind parents, Joel was reportedly the complete opposite, cold and distant to almost everyone. In fact, Joel Guy Jr.'s life before 2016 remains a mystery in many ways. Even his half-sisters, who grew up alongside him, admitted they didn't really know him. Whenever they visited, Joel would lock himself in his room, avoiding any interaction with family. On the rare occasions he did speak, he was dismissive and rude, treating his relatives as if they were beneath him. Over time, most of the family distanced themselves, choosing not to engage with Joel unless absolutely necessary. Joel's behavior was fueled by an inflated ego, believing he was the smartest person in the room at all times. His confidence was bolstered during his school years, especially when he performed well academically. In his final years of high school, he attended the prestigious Louisiana School for Math, Science, and the Arts, a magnet school known for its small elite class sizes. Getting accepted into the class of 2006 only reinforced Joel's belief in his superiority. After high school, he enrolled at George Washington University for 1 semester before transferring to Louisiana State University, where he pursued studies to become a plastic surgeon. However, Joel never became a plastic surgeon or held any job for that matter. While he was in school, up until the age of 28, he lived entirely off his mother Lisa's income. Lisa, who worked full-time in human resources at Oak Ridge Engineering, sent her paychecks directly to Joel. Michael and Lisa decided to fully support Joel so he could focus on his studies without worrying about finances. They paid for his tuition, housing, and other expenses, hoping he'd graduate quickly and start his career. But their generosity backfired. Joel began to see this financial support not as a gift, but as something he was entitled to, his birthright. He believed his parents owed him this money simply because they were his parents. Though he claimed to be working hard toward his goals, Joel was far less focused on school than he led his parents to believe. Living alone in Baton Rouge, he spent his time doing whatever he wanted, completely oblivious to the financial strain he was placing on his family. He didn't understand or care about the sacrifices his parents were making for him. However, in 2016, things began to change. Michael's father lost his job and took a hard look at their finances. He realized that he and Lisa could retire if they stopped supporting Joel and sold their family home. Excited for this new chapter, Michael and Lisa shared their plans with their daughters in the family group chat. They explained that they intended to move into Michael's parents' home and stop financially supporting Joel. However, they were nervous about how Joel would react to the news. At 28 years old, Joel had never been financially independent, and his parents worried about what he would do once the financial support stopped. Despite their concerns, Thanksgiving that year seemed like a turning point for the Guy family. Thanksgiving was always a big deal, a time when everyone gathered at Michael and Lisa's home to celebrate, including their daughters, extended family, and their new families. So just like any other normal family, that year was very joyful for the Guy family. The adults gathered in the garage enjoying their cigarettes and catching up, while the kids ran around and the aroma of delicious food filled the house. At every Thanksgiving, there's always that one person who locks themselves away, avoiding everyone, and in the Guy family, that was always Joel. However, this year was different, shockingly so. For the first time ever, Joel actively engaged with his family. He surprised everyone by playing with his stepsister's kids, children whose names his sisters doubted he even knew before that day. He brought them upstairs to his old room and gifted them toys his parents had lovingly preserved from his childhood. Joel laughed, joked, and even posed for family photos, a rarity that caught everyone off guard. His sudden shift in behavior was so remarkable that his sisters whispered to each other about how he might finally be turning over a new leaf. What made Joel's transformation even more puzzling was its timing. Just weeks earlier, Lisa had told him that she had given her 2 weeks' notice at work. She and Michael planned to retire, sell the family home, and stop financially supporting him. Originally, they'd intended to break the news at Christmas, but Lisa decided to tell Joel early, hoping to give him time to prepare for independence. Everyone braced for a meltdown or tantrum, but instead, Joel seemed fine. More than fine, actually. He appeared happier and more social than anyone had ever seen him. His family took this as a positive sign. Maybe this was the wake-up call Joel needed. Perhaps he'd already made peace with the idea of standing on his own 2 feet and was reconnecting with his family as part of a fresh start. One of his sisters even mentioned to Michael that Joel might be trying to repair their relationship. Still, Michael held firm that they wouldn't resume funding his lifestyle, no matter how well he was behaving. Little did they know, Joel's cheerful demeanor masked something far darker. While he was smiling and bonding with his family, he was also laying the groundwork for a chilling plan. That day, Joel brought over 2 large plastic tubs, which he carried into the house without much explanation. They seemed heavy, but no one thought to ask what they contained. What they didn't know was that Joel had spent weeks plotting his parents' murders. Those tubs held the tools he intended to use in his gruesome plan. As it turned out, Joel wasn't handling the loss of his financial lifeline as gracefully as he appeared when Lisa told him they were cutting him off. Joel didn't see it as a push toward independence. He saw it as a betrayal. He decided to take matters into his own hands, crafting a plan to murder his parents, frame his father for his mother's death, and stage it all as a murder-suicide. In Joel's warped mind, he was a genius capable of orchestrating the perfect crime. His education and endless hours of watching crime shows like Law & Order convinced him that he could pull it off without a hitch. But while Joel once excelled in academics, his arrogance blinded him to his own shortcomings. So instead of heading back to his apartment like usual, Joel decided to stick around at his parents' house for 2 whole days. At first, Lisa and Michael probably thought it was a nice change. Maybe Joel was feeling sentimental about the family house before they sold it. After all, with Lisa preparing for retirement, they were all gearing up for a big life change, and the idea that Joel might actually want to spend some time with his family seemed like a nice, albeit unexpected gesture. But things took a strange turn just 2 weeks before Lisa was set to retire. Her co-workers and boss had been planning a celebratory send-off for her. She was well-liked, dependable, and a hard worker who would always communicate if anything was off. So when November 28 came around, and Lisa didn't show up for work, Jennifer, her boss, started to worry. It wasn't like Lisa to just vanish without a word, especially since she'd been so involved in the retirement celebration plans. Jennifer tried calling her several times, but there was no answer. Then she reached out to Michael, but he didn't pick up either. That was strange. Lisa and Michael were the kind of people who always made sure to check in, even if something came up. This wasn't adding up, and Jennifer knew it. So after a couple more unanswered calls, Jennifer made the decision to call the non-emergency police line and request a welfare check at the Guy family home. When the officers first arrived at the house, everything seemed normal, so they didn't think much of it and were about to call it off. But Jennifer, Lisa's boss, wasn't convinced. She had a gut feeling something wasn't right, so she called again. What they uncovered next was something no one could have prepared for. During a thorough check, the officers noticed a few strange things. The house had a for sale sign out front, but something seemed off. There was no lockbox on the front door for a realtor's key, and the doorknob didn't look like it had been there long. It didn't even match the door. It had obvious signs of being tampered with, likely with a screwdriver. Not wasting any time, the officers decided to check the back of the house, and that's when things took an even darker turn. The back door was missing its doorknob altogether. One officer peered through the hole where the knob should have been and was immediately hit with a blast of heat from inside the house. But that wasn't the worst part. There was a sharp chemical smell hanging in the air. It was the kind of smell that instantly tells you something was seriously wrong. The officer looked closer and saw bottles of bleach scattered across the floor, still unopened. But the clues didn't stop there. He also noticed groceries that had been dropped at the front door, like someone had rushed inside without finishing what they were doing. That was enough for them to make their move. They headed back to the front, found an unlocked vehicle with the garage door opener inside, and used it to gain access. The officers entered the house, and what happened next was all caught on body cam footage. The pot you saw earlier? Yeah, that was the same one Joel used to boil his mother's head for about a day. It's chilling when you think about it. Investigators first found a table with the guy's wallets and a sledgehammer on top, followed by another table with long guns. As they made their way up the stairs, they could hear a dog intermittently barking. They then spotted Michael's ring on the floor in a hallway and eventually discovered the dismembered bodies submerged in a solution in the bathroom. Among the other items found in the home were sewer line cleaner, a bag of baking soda, drain opener, a bottle of muriatic acid, lye, hydrogen peroxide, several bottles of bleach, a spray bottle, gloves, and trash bags. Investigators also came across a note inside an open suitcase, which included the name and address of a Louisiana Ace hardware store, as well as a reference to sewer line cleaner. Given the hazardous chemicals, the Knox County Sheriff's Office hazmat team had to step in for biohazard removal. With the overwhelming amount of evidence, the KCSO forensics unit worked through Monday night and into the next day, to process the crime scene. Now, what really happened after that Thanksgiving on November 26? Joel Guy Jr. attacked and killed his father in a second-floor exercise room while his mom was out shopping at Walmart. The scene was chaotic, with torn blinds and blood splattered on the walls and an overturned Bowflex machine. The amount of blood was beyond horrific. The struggle must have been brutal. The poor man's clothes were shredded from the knife wounds, and it was reported that he was stabbed at least 40 times. However, this is just an estimate according to the autopsy, since most of the tissue was gone when they found the body. The actual number of stabs could never be fully determined. But it doesn't stop there. Joel also dismembered the body, leaving his father's hands behind in the room. When his mom came home from Walmart, Joel tricked her into going upstairs. She was in such a rush that her groceries got scattered across the foyer. But when she reached the top of the stairs, Joel ambushed her, stabbing her in the back over and over, just like he did to his father. Blood was everywhere. The prosecution later claimed he used so much force to decapitate her that her head actually broke. And then, get this, he just chopped her up like it was nothing, then put her head in that same boiling pot on the stove. According to the medical examiner, Lisa was stabbed at least 31 times, and 9 of her ribs were completely severed. During the trial, the forensic examiner testified that the head wasn't just severed, but had been forcefully broken off. Both victims had their arms and legs detached, Michael at the waist and Lisa at the knees, and their body parts were placed in a bin filled with chemicals to help dissolve them. This was the very same bin that Joel had brought into the house during Thanksgiving. After death, both bodies had deep cuts made so that the chemicals could more easily penetrate the body's main cavities. So you can probably imagine how heartbreaking it must have been for both of them, loving their child and spoiling him all the way into adulthood, only for them to be brutally murdered like this. It's beyond evil. But despite Michael loving his son so much, he didn't go down without a fight. Joel sustained several cuts on his hands, including a deep gash on his left thumb. Around 3:30 p.m., he was seen in the first aid section at Walmart buying bandages and ointment for his hand injuries. He also picked up isopropyl alcohol and hydrogen peroxide. It was also around this point that Joel returned to his apartment, likely because he was too lazy to continue with his plan. After spending 2 intense days carrying out his crime, it seems that for the first time, he was exhausted. He probably felt he had worked harder than ever before and needed a break, so he headed back to his apartment, possibly to rest. Little did he know, it was exactly during this time that the police also uncovered what he had done. The police began questioning those closest to Michael and Lisa. When they inquired about who had been at the house that weekend, everyone pointed to Joel. His sisters revealed that he was about to be cut off financially and that his behavior over Thanksgiving had been strangely out of character. The soiled clothes found at the crime scene matched the description given by his sisters, and when investigators found a book bag containing a notebook filled with Joel's meticulous plan, it became undeniable he was behind the murders. The only thing left to do was finalize the paperwork for his arrest. Now, the day after the bodies were discovered, Joel was arrested while heading back to the house. In his trunk, police found a KitchenAid meat grinder, a chilling indicator that he wasn't done with the gruesome process yet. But what really exposed Joel's intentions was what he had written in his notebook. From the gruesome methods of killing and dismemberment to his strategy for destroying the bodies and erasing forensic evidence, every step was carefully thought out. He planned to grind the bodies, destroy all DNA evidence with bleach and lye, and even set a fire to cover his tracks. He went as far as faking an alibi by scheduling a text message from his mother's phone, attempting to erase any evidence that could point back to him. Joel's motive, driven by a financial incentive, was also clearly outlined in the notebook. He calculated his parents' life insurance policies, assets, and joint property with the intention of inheriting everything. His obsession with money was evident, as he described in detail how he would inherit the full value of his mother's assets, including her life insurance, the family homes, and other financial resources. In the weeks leading up to the murder, Joel continued to buy supplies like knives, acid, and plastic bins. keeping the notebook hidden in his backpack alongside his school books. He made sure to pay in cash, thinking he was being smart and inconspicuous, but in reality, Joel's arrogance and sense of entitlement were his downfall. He believed his meticulous preparations would guarantee his success, unaware that he was overlooking the most basic human realities. Joel was so spoiled and out of touch with the real world that, even while erasing his tracks, he grew lazy and decided to take a break from his gruesome task. He had no real understanding of the consequences of his actions, thinking he could simply get away with it. But what he failed to factor in was the kindness of his parents and how their disappearance would immediately raise suspicions. Despite the mountain of evidence stacked against him, Joel Guy Jr. still pleaded not guilty, dragging his family through a painful 4-day trial. He knew he couldn't win. It was clear to everyone that he was guilty, but he wasn't trying to win. Instead, he wanted to make his family suffer by refusing to admit what he'd done. He kept control over them, forcing them to hear every ugly detail of his crime. It was like his final act of revenge, making them live through his cold, calculated cruelty. Even Joel's defense lawyers struggled to defend him. All they could muster was that Joel was a kind man who couldn't possibly commit such a horrific crime. But the jury wasn't swayed by this weak argument. On October 2, 2020, Joel Guy Jr. was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of felony murder, and 2 counts of abuse of a corpse. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Additionally, his appeal to overturn his conviction was shot down by the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals in April 2023. With that, Joel's fate was sealed. He will now spend the rest of his life behind bars at the Northwest Correctional Complex in Tiptonville, Tennessee, where he will forever live with the consequences of the brutal crime he committed. Now, remember when we first said that not much was known about Joel's past? Well, as the trial went on, a surprising revelation came to light. Joel actually had one and only one friend. People were shocked to find that Joel had a friend he cared so deeply about that he even called him in prison to apologize. That friend's name was Michael McCracken. Very little is known about the nature of Joel and Michael's relationship, but it seemed that, at the very least, Joel respected him. The two met when they lived together in their high school dorms, and when Joel went off to study at George Washington University, he left after just 1 semester and transferred to Louisiana State University, where Michael was going. They ended up living in the same apartment building, and when Michael's roommate moved out, Joel moved back in with him. Some have speculated that their relationship might have been more than just friendship, but that's all we really know about the situation. When Michael was questioned about the case, he stated that he wasn't surprised that Joel had killed his parents. He explained that over the years, Joel had become increasingly reclusive, spending weeks on end alone in his bedroom, to the point where Michael sometimes didn't see him for months at a time. For whatever little comfort it may offer, Joel will spend the rest of his natural-born life in prison, exactly where he belongs. He will forever be remembered not as the genius he thought he was, but as a gigantic fool who couldn't take care of himself, and despite his so-called wisdom, made the catastrophic mistake of leaving a notebook, a kind of manifesto, at the crime scene. But what do you think about this case? I mean, we can all agree that Joel was definitely a psychopath, right? It's hard to believe he had any real justification for killing his parents, other than his own twisted desire to live a carefree life. But do you think there were other factors behind his actions? Was there something deeper going on that we're missing? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This is Sarah Beth and Jennifer Cooper, who had just been informed that their husband had passed away. On November 4, 2015, 37-year-old Andrew Harmon was shot dead in his own home. But as the weeks-long investigation unfolded, detectives would uncover a complex marriage, tangled lies, and a chilling conspiracy that uncovers a betrayal hiding in plain sight. On November 4, 2015, around 5:40 p.m., officers received a frantic call from a terrified wife. With this information, police and EMS quickly raced to Central Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. Upon reaching there, they met with a grim sight. A man who had collapsed on the front porch. He was shot in the face and bleeding heavily from the head. Realizing the urgency of the scene, they rushed him to the emergency room, where he clung to his life. This injured man was identified as 37-year-old Andrew Harmon, who lived there with his wife and stepdaughter. As the victim clung to life in the hospital, officers were attempting to capture the active shooter. To get into the depth of the case, they decided to seek answers from the very person who had witnessed it all. Andrew's wife, Sarah Beth. She had even made the horrifying 911 call, which made her even more important for the investigation. Sarah was called in for questioning along with her daughter, as she was present in the house at that time as well. She appeared genuinely concerned about Andrew's well-being, but the detectives were leaving no room for doubts about her motives. The investigation had just begun, and the detectives were relieved to have their first lead on the attacker. She also mentioned that earlier that night, she went across the street to confront Andrew's first wife, 30-year-old Jennifer Cooper. However, according to her, Trey was not among the shooters. She explained that both the driver and the passenger were shooting. With these new details, detectives believed that Sarah's confrontation with Jennifer and her friend, Trey, could have triggered the shooting, so they focused primarily to find Trey. But just as they felt a sense of hope from this lead, a devastating update shifted the tone. Upon receiving news of Andrew's death, the case was officially classified as a homicide. Even after an extensive search, they couldn't locate Trey, and Jennifer was the only person who might have known his whereabouts. Realizing she could hold the key information about the murder, detectives wasted no time and rushed to her place for confrontation, but soon they were taken aback. This was Jennifer's sister, and what she told the detectives left them in shock. Sarah was not Andrew's legal wife, which made them question all the discoveries they'd made until now. This information not only added more complexity to the case, but also cast even more suspicion on Sarah. Yet the detectives were still searching for Jennifer to hear her side of the story. To find her and trace her, they needed to know more about her and what she was capable of doing. They swiftly initiated a background check on her and discovered that Jennifer had previously been convicted of dealing methamphetamines. She even had an outstanding warrant for failing to register as a drug offender. This was their best chance to apprehend her for the offense, giving them the opportunity to question her further and unravel this twisted puzzle. This discovery made the detectives wonder whether Jennifer's drug addiction had led her to be involved with the shooting, or if there was still more to uncover. Determined to get answers, they increased their efforts to locate Jennifer. After 18 hours of investigation, they finally found her at her mother's residence and brought her in for questioning. Detective Vince Kingston walked into the room for questioning, unaware that she was about to reveal something that would completely change the course of the investigation. Based on the interview, it was clear that Jennifer seemed truthful, and the detectives felt no inconsistencies in her statement. But to be sure, they booked her for an outstanding warrant against her related to drugs. They also kept her cell phone with her permission for investigation, but the analysis would take time. This conversation, however, led to another speculation, that Trey could be involved with the attacker or ordered them to harm Andrew. Hopefully you can identify who she's talking about. Trey, who was the person that was involved in the disturbance right before the homicide happened? Sounds like he could be involved in what happened. With Trey as their prime suspect in the case, now they began to look for his Cadillac with a broken tailgate. Just a few days later, detectives got good luck while tracing him and wasted no time. He was brought in for questioning. Trey claimed that both Sarah and Andrew were outside when she broke his taillight. This claim, however, brought him more on their radar, as this could be the reason for him to fire gunshots at them. To further confirm their suspicion, they asked more from him. Trey's statement was still to be cross-checked, and he was still under their suspicion until he revealed a shocking truth that left the officers stunned: that she had something to do in the murder group. Cross-verification of his claims would take time, but now they had Jennifer under the spotlight again, this time with a witness who claimed to have seen her calling someone, Trey himself, to find out the truth. They again went to the county jail for Jennifer. Detectives had retraced their steps again to her, And this time they weren't here for small talk. They needed answers, and for that, they started with the most pressing question: her relationship with her deceased husband. Jennifer looked visibly distraught with the loss she was facing and was trying hard to cope with it. But then again, one question arose: who pulled the trigger? Jennifer, this time, gave a name of whom she believed to be the shooter. It's worth noting here that Jennifer had been in jail for a while, and she had no way of knowing this information on her own. So where did this name come from? Then she was asked about the call she'd made to someone on that shooting day, as mentioned by Trey. Jennifer said that she'd called a friend to pick her up after Sarah had damaged Trey's car. She then again broke down. The detectives then asked her about her take on her husband's relationship with Sarah. With nothing against her and listening to her claims, Jennifer was out of their suspicion for now. They then reached her mother's house to confirm her claims about Isaiah. Now the officers were left with more questions than answers. Just as they thought they could finally have a breakthrough, they were again left empty-handed. However, they didn't lose hope and tried to find him in their database. Just as they entered his details, a picture appeared in front of them of a 17-year-old teenager, Isaiah Butler. Isaiah Butler does fit the general description of the suspect. He's young, he has close-cropped hair, but the matching description wasn't enough. They needed concrete evidence against him for this, so they called Sarah again to identify the man in question. Now, it was more than clear for them that this was the same person they were looking for. She identified that Isaiah. She's saying he's the driver and one of the shooters. She's 100% positive, but all the pictures sort of bond because it's 100% him. And the strange thing is, this name, Isaiah Butler, came from Jennifer. Last night she said, Isaiah Butler is actually one that shot Andrew. Obviously there's two people, but for some reason, she was convinced that he was the shooter. Isaiah became their prime suspect with this revelation, but it wasn't easy to track him down, to find him as soon as possible. They put out a bolo on him. Still, 2 days later he was nowhere to be seen, but a glimmer of hope emerged from another lead. They were finally able to get Jennifer's phone records, but they didn't match her claims. At 17:20, there was an outgoing text message from Jennifer Cooper to Isaiah Butler, that saying, "Call me about 9:20 in the evening." There is an incoming text message from Isaiah Butler, and it's a screenshot of a post about Andrew Harmon being killed. He comments, "Is this the same guy?" with question marks underneath it. It appears that he did not necessarily know who the victim was before all this happened, which makes me believe even further that Jennifer probably set this up. Jennifer's involvement in the case was becoming increasingly suspicious now. To confirm their doubts, they needed Isaiah in their custody, but he was still nowhere to be found. They then received another crucial lead, which could blow the case wide open. The suspected car was found by Shawnee officers, and evidence found inside pointed to it being the potential vehicle used during the shooting. It's worth noting here that the shell casing found at the crime scene was also a 9mm. They also gave Kansas City the name of the driver as well as his description, which was eerily consistent with someone. He was also 17 years old. But he refused to talk to the detectives at all, with no cooperation from him. The only way to uncover the truth was through the statements he'd already given to the Shawnee officers. Kansas police were soon briefed on his interview and the claims he'd made. The suspected multiple charges against him helped the officers to keep him in custody. Meanwhile, the shell casings from the crime scene in the car were sent in for a comparison test. The investigators had grown increasingly sure about Jennifer's involvement in the case. With her phone records showing her connection with Isaiah, it was becoming clear that she was involved. However, on their way to interview her again, they noticed something that could be the biggest breakthrough in the case. However, the chase was soon dropped, as it was dangerous at this speed for them, as well as people driving around them. Despite having their main suspect in front of their eyes, they were left empty-handed. Then they finally reached the county jail to question Jennifer about all the mess she's created for a long time and kept playing with them. This time she was being questioned as a suspect and not a witness, but instead of answering the questions like before, she did something they didn't expect from her. With no possible new leads from Jennifer, they decided to go for a different approach. On the very next day, they called Isaiah's parents, hoping they might have some information about him. Unfortunately, even here, they were left empty-handed. But after 1 month, they received their biggest and most awaited breakthrough. Tulsa PD called them to inform them they had Isaiah Butler in custody. 4 months later, Isaiah was questioned at the Kansas City, Kansas courthouse. They began by asking him about that fateful day, to which he replied with eerie calmness. Isaiah then unraveled something that left everyone shocked. But he had just started. A teenager shooting at someone's house without any aim or target sent chills down their spines. He then revealed Jennifer's actions, which clearly put her at the crime scene. Isaiah was then confronted with the truth about his claims. He then finally admitted to having killed Andrew for a simple reason. Although they were able to get him and put him on trial, there was one question left unanswered. The officers presented all the evidence to begin a trial against the culprits. Ballistics confirmed that the shell casing from the crime scene matched the one found in the second suspect's vehicle, proving their involvement. Isaiah Butler pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 17 years. Consequently, Jennifer Cooper pleaded guilty to solicitation to commit first-degree murder and was sentenced to 19 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On a quiet September night in 2009, a family of 6 in the small town of Beeson, Illinois, prepared for what they believed would be just another peaceful evening. The children were tucked into bed, the lights were dimmed, and the comforting routines of family life played out one last time. But before the night was over, everything would change. By morning, the house would be silent, not with sleep, but with death. A stranger had entered their home, and what followed was a night of pure horror. The crime was so brutal, so deeply disturbing, that it would later be named the Beeson Bloodbath. Even the most seasoned investigators were shaken by what they found inside. The quiet town of Beeson, with its population barely reaching 200, would never be the same. Surrounded by farmland and rolling hills, Beeson had always felt like a safe, almost forgotten place. But after that night, it became the center of one of the most chilling crimes in Illinois history. At the heart of this story are two families, the Gees and the Constants, neighbors, friends, and longtime residents of the area. Let's start with Rick G. Rick was known for being hardworking and determined. He had a never-give-up attitude that everyone respected. Early in his career, he worked at his stepfather's construction company in Lincoln, the closest town with schools, stores, restaurants, and other basic services. Lincoln was where you went if you needed something that small town Beeson didn't have. Rick's stepdad, Pudge, and his mother, Judy, had lived in Lincoln for years. It was a close-knit area where everyone knew each other, and that made what happened next even more devastating. Rick hustled hard, picking up construction gigs wherever he could, and saving every penny to build a better future for himself and his daughter, Nicole G. His dedication finally paid off when he bought property on the edge of Beeson, and instead of sticking with his stepdad's company, he started his own business, which he called G Construction. He snagged a ranch-style home with a 2-car detached garage, an above-ground pool, and plenty of farmland for keeping chickens and other animals. But owning a business came with its costs, so Rick decided to rent out a room in his home. That's when Ruth Constant entered the scene, moving in with her 2 little kids, 3-year-old Justina and 1-year-old Dylan Constant. Initially, Ruth became Rick's tenant, but it didn't take long for sparks to fly between them. Ruth was a warm-hearted woman known for her outgoing personality and sense of humor, and Rick was the perfect match for her. As their bond grew stronger, Ruth discovered she was pregnant in 1997. They tied the knot with Rick at 34 and Ruth at 27. Not long after, they welcomed a baby boy, Austin, and their home was bustling with life. A year later, they celebrated the arrival of a baby girl, Jessica G., filling their hearts with more joy. Unfortunately, That joy was short-lived, as they learned that little Jessica was born with a serious neurological condition, leaving her with disabilities that required around-the-clock care. With no facilities in Beeson that could meet Jessica's needs, and unable to afford the necessary care, they reluctantly had to move her 50 miles away to Peoria, Illinois, where she became a temporary ward of the state. It was reported that she died well before the tragic murder occurred. Dylan was also showing signs of trouble. According to their relatives, he was full of energy and often acted out, which is typical for kids his age. His teachers frequently sent home behavior reports, and Rick and Ruth worked hard to find ways to help him. Eventually, he was diagnosed with ADHD after they decided to seek therapy for him. While the therapy helped a little, it didn't make a significant difference. However, there was a glimmer of hope when Rick's daughter Nicole turned 18 and started dating Christopher Harris, a 21-year-old local. Their relationship grew serious quickly, and they married, moving just a minute away from Rick's house. Not long after, Nicole discovered she was pregnant, making Ruth and Rick grandparents for the first time with the arrival of little Elisa Harris. They were thrilled, and Nicole and Chris often dropped Elisa off with Ruth while they worked, and in late July 2009, Nicole and Chris welcomed their second baby. To everyone who knew them, they seemed like the perfect family. With a new baby expected to start crawling soon, Rick's stepdad Pudge and his grandson Adam decided to help Nicole by putting in new carpet in her home that September. The following day, 10-year-old Seton Landstrom ran over to the Gee's house to show off his new bike, but when he reached the porch, he froze at the sight of blood smeared all over the porch and the door slightly open. Worried, he dashed to Nicole's house, where Rick's stepdad had spent the night. As soon as they heard the boy's discovery, they immediately went to the house, and Adam was the first to reach the porch and noticed the blood as well as a knife at the bottom of the porch steps. When Adam entered the door and turned the lights on, he saw a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lying in the hallway was Rick, face down in a thick pool of blood. Frozen in shock, Adam dared not to move further. He turned and ran outside to Pudge, telling him to call 911, though he didn't know what to tell the police, since he hadn't seen it all firsthand. And when the police arrived, they were met with a huge pool of blood, around 2 to 3 feet wide. As they moved deeper into the house, they saw that Rick's head was completely wrecked, and his body looked like it had been through hell. At first, they couldn't tell how he died, but the gruesome scene made them suspect a shotgun was used. They hadn't even checked the other rooms yet. As they walked down the hallway, they noticed the walls were all messed up, like someone had punched or smashed them. Then they found the second victim, 14-year-old Dylan, curled up on the floor just outside the main bedroom, wearing nothing but shorts. His body was badly hurt, and his head was just as wrecked as Rick's. Blood splattered everywhere, even on the ceiling, making the officers feel uneasy as they continued through the house. When they stepped into the main bedroom, they saw Ruth lying on the floor in her nightgown. Half of her skull had caved in, and again blood was splattered all over the walls. Pushing on, they entered the attached bathroom, where they found 11-year-old Austin, dressed only in his underwear, lying face down on the bloody tile floor. It was clear that the G family never saw this evil coming. They must have been caught off guard, getting ready for bed the night before. The officers moved cautiously through the house, unsure if the killer was still inside. They walked down that bloody hallway past Dylan's lifeless body and headed to 16-year-old Justina's room. And when they entered the room, they found something far more gruesome than what was initially found in the house. Blood smeared across every surface, soaking into her bed, where Justina lay on her stomach, her head hanging over the edge, leaving a puddle of brain matter below. She had suffered the worst injuries of anyone in the family, and just when they thought it couldn't get worse, they braced themselves for what came next. As they left Justina's room, they checked an adjacent space and initially saw no more victims, but then they spotted something in the dark closet. There they found a 3-year-old girl's body crumpled on the floor, surrounded by blood, with skin peeled back above her right ear. It broke the officers' hearts. They were trained professionals, but nothing could prepare them for such a brutal scene, especially involving such a young child beaten to death. Suddenly, a corporal noticed something move. It was the child. a paramedic rushed over and scooped her up like a baby, dashing out to the ambulance. They quickly ushered Nicole into the ambulance too, and off they sped toward the nearest hospital. But when they arrived, they discovered that Tabitha's vital signs were alarming. Moments later, Nicole's husband Chris showed up at the G's house. He had been called from work about the terrible incident. When he arrived, the police confirmed the heartbreaking truth. The family had been murdered. But in the middle of all the chaos and tragedy, there was hope. The police told Chris that Tabitha had survived. Everyone felt a wave of relief because despite the horrific events, Tabitha was alive and might be able to help uncover who was behind this terrible crime. But not for Chris. He felt nervous when he learned Tabitha was alive. Without thinking twice, Chris jumped back in his truck and drove urgently toward the trauma center where Tabitha was being rushed. Meanwhile, two first responders, Logan County Sheriff's Corporal Michael Block and Illinois State Trooper Paul Hennessy, were left to sift through the crime scene for clues about what had happened inside the G family's home. 2 o'clock. Officers found a bloody handprint on the bathroom vanity where Austin was killed, along with a fresh shoe print outside that matched K-Swiss tennis shoe. Officers canvassed the small community and followed up on tips. One neighbor reported seeing a silver pickup truck passing by around the time of the murders, noting it had exhaust pipes coming up through the bed behind the cab. Despite these leads, police found no further clues. Jar John Ralston, a forensic pathologist, performed the autopsies that night. He photographed every inch of the victims' bodies, but the injuries were so numerous that it was hard to keep track of them. But one thing was clear: they had been brutally attacked, and it wasn't from a gun, initially thought to be caused by a shotgun. It turned out that each member of the G family had been bludgeoned to death, suffering with each blow until they were too weak to fight back. Starting with Rick G., the father, he had 39 impact wounds, 13 of which were to his head. His wife, Ruth, suffered 28 blows all over her body, and her skull was crushed. Their 11-year-old son, Austin, had a caved-in skull and was struck at least 21 times. Signs showed he had been pushed against hard objects, and someone had stomped on his feet. 14-year-old Dylan had over 100 wounds and was struck at least 52 times. 16-year-old Justina had at least 15 identifiable injuries and was missing the top part of her skull. Meanwhile, Tabitha was in a real fight for her life. Doctors quickly discovered she had multiple skull fractures and serious brain swelling. It was tough for her. She couldn't speak or see because of the swelling in her face, but there was a small silver lining. She could still move her arm, showing she had some strength left to help her recover. The doctors made the difficult decision to remove a few small pieces of her skull. They hoped this would ease the pressure from the swelling and help her brain heal properly. It was a scary situation, but the medical team was doing everything they could to save her. Nicole remained by Tabitha's side throughout her recovery at the hospital. The atmosphere was tense, with police officers standing vigil behind her hospital bed. They knew Tabitha was the only survivor of the horrific incident, and there was a real concern that the suspect might try to come after her. This made it all the more important for the authorities to keep a close watch on her. Additionally, Nicole did her best to help the authorities, sharing everything she could about her loved ones and what had happened. On the other hand, Chris was a constant source of support for Nicole during this incredibly tough time. He spent hours with her, trying to offer comfort and help her navigate the chaos surrounding them. However, things weren't simple between Chris and Nicole. Their relationship had been tumultuous, filled with ups and downs. They had broken up several times, but had only managed to patch things up again earlier that same year in 2009. Days passed, and the police found themselves at a standstill, despite following every lead they could. Like the details of the suspicious car and the fresh shoe prints, they still hadn't identified any official suspects. The G family had no known enemies. In fact, they were well liked in the neighborhood, known for their generosity and kindness. Many neighbors could vouch for their good nature, painting a picture of a family that was both wealthy and loving. In light of the recent events, the police took precautions and encouraged everyone in the community to secure their homes and stay alert. A week passed, and the funeral for the G family was held on the 28th of that same month. It was a heartbreaking day, but among all the grief, Tabitha was still fighting for her life in the hospital. And while the community mourned, there was also a lingering fear, because the killer was still out there, and no one knew when or if they might strike again. Then, in a random but significant twist of fate, a major break in the case came at the hospital where Tabitha was being treated. One officer, after finishing his shift in guarding Tabitha, shared an elevator ride with Chris Harris, who had just left Tabitha's room. The officer happened to glance down and noticed Chris's shoes, K-Swiss sneakers with an aggressive tread, just like the shoe print found outside the crime scene. The officer quickly informed detectives, which led to Chris being called in for questioning. They compared his tread to the print found at the scene, but there was a slight discrepancy. The shoes were a half size too big. However, the detectives knew something was off, so they didn't stop there. They collected Christopher Harris's fingerprints and palm prints, sending them to the crime lab for further analysis to prove his innocence. His brother Jason Harris stepped in to defend him, providing an alibi and claiming they had been together the entire time, far away from Beeson where the murders occurred. Meanwhile, Nicole was furious at the mere suggestion that Christopher could be involved. She took to her MySpace page to defend him, writing in an emotional, though error-filled message, "This whole situation is such a mess and so unfair. Not only have my children lost 5 close family members, but now their daddy is being set up and taken away. This is too much to bear." Nicole continued, "There's solid evidence that all 6 victims fought for their lives, and Chris doesn't even have a scratch on him. He's been with us through everything, and now they've taken him too." Nicole wasn't the only one standing up for Chris. His stepmother, Debbie Harris, also spoke out to the media, saying their family believed in his innocence. Chris's father, Ed, was in tears during a phone call with Chris from jail. According to Debbie, Chris was shocked by his arrest and scared for his family's safety, telling his father, "Dad, I'm scared because I know the killers are still out there." He swore he didn't commit the murders. When police booked Chris, they photographed his entire body. Although he didn't have any injuries, they noticed a large blister on the palm of his right hand. Coincidentally, a tire iron was later found near a creek by Jason's house, where investigators were still searching for clues. On October 2, when they seized Chris's truck, they found it belonged to Jennifer Ernest, Jason's girlfriend and mother of his other children. Both Jennifer and her mother, Sarah Duncan, had provided alibis for Chris and Jason on the night of the murders, but as the investigation unfolded, those alibis were proven false, leading to their arrest for obstruction of justice. The police were able to discredit the alibis, partly because Chris's palm print had been found at the scene. Additionally, a woman named Lori Cole, an armed security guard, came forward. She claimed that on the night of the murders, around 11:35 p.m., Chris and his brother Jason knocked on her door, asking if she wanted a party. Lori, who lived not far from the G family, recalled telling Chris she wasn't interested and needed to sleep for work. She noticed a Ford Ranger parked outside, similar to the one Chris and Jason were seen with earlier. Although she told them to leave, their behavior left her unsettled, as they seemed to have already been partying and didn't want the night to end. Another woman, Christy Moore, came forward during the investigation. She told investigators that she and Chris had been on-again, off-again lovers. She revealed that Chris had called her late on that same Sunday night, but she was busy with her kids and couldn't meet up for what she knew he wanted: sex. However, she agreed to see him after her children went to school. The next morning, Chris arrived at her house in Clinton, just a 15-minute drive from Beeson, about 12 hours after the murders. They slept together, and Christy said Chris was acting completely normal afterward. Christy even took selfies of the two of them in bed. In the pictures, they were kissing and giving each other flirtatious looks, with Chris smiling in some of them. She told investigators that Chris had no visible injuries or marks on his body, and that nothing about him seemed unusual, except that she hadn't seen him in the past 2 months, likely because he had just had a baby with Nicole 2 months earlier. From the moment Chris was accused, he maintained his innocence, denying any involvement in the murder. However, when confronted with fingerprint evidence, he invoked his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and got a lawyer. It seemed that Chris was content to let the legal process play out, but things took a sharp turn as the pressure began to mount on his brother, Jason. Initially charged with obstruction of justice, Jason's charges were soon upgraded to 5 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder, the same as Chris's charges. Jason, now facing the possibility of life in prison, had a choice to make: stay silent and support his brother, or tell the truth and save himself. The survival instinct kicked in, and Jason began to talk. The story he told was chilling. According to Jason, the night had started with drugs and alcohol. He and Chris had been out partying hard, drinking and snorting cocaine. Eventually, they decided they needed a woman's company to keep the night going. They first tried to reach out to some ex-girlfriends, but both women turned them down. That should have been the end of the night, but under the influence of drugs and Chris's heightened libido, the brothers continued their search for female company, which tragically led them to the G family's home. Jason recounted that they had first tried to visit Lori Cole, the armed security guard who lived nearby. He waited in the truck while Chris approached Lori's door, but she turned him away. What happened next is where Jason's story became inconsistent. He gave 13 different versions of the events, but the one thing that remained constant was his claim that Chris killed the G family. Jason alleged that it was Chris's idea to go to the G residence with the intent of having sex with Justina G, the 16-year-old daughter of the family and Chris's sister-in-law. Chris had convinced himself that Justina had been flirting with him. Whether they planned for it to be consensual or not remains unclear, but Jason said Chris believed Justina was interested in him. He then said that he stayed in the truck while Chris approached the house. In some versions of the story, Chris was already armed with a tire iron. In others, he went to the door without it. In one account, Rick G., the father, answered the door, and after a brief conversation, things escalated, leading Chris to retrieve the tire iron from the truck. Jason said he then heard screams and thumping sounds coming from inside the house, the horrifying beginning of what would turn into a gruesome massacre. Jason said he stayed in the pickup truck the whole time, just listening to the chaos inside the house. He heard loud thumps and screams and saw Dylan jump out of a bedroom window. After that, Dylan ran to the front door and went back inside. Next thing Jason knew, Dylan burst out of the house, bleeding a lot, with Christopher Harris right behind him. Jason saw Chris hit Dylan 5 or 6 times with a tire iron before heading back inside. Miraculously, Dylan got back on his feet and went into the house again. A few minutes later, Chris came out and hopped into the pickup. As they drove down the dirt road, he tossed his shoes and the tire iron out the window like it was no big deal. It's important to note that there had been a complaint of attempted sexual assault against Christopher Harris involving Justina, but this complaint was dropped just a week before the incident. Jason suggested that Christopher had intended to go to the G house for sexual motives, which ultimately did not happen. Investigators retraced the path that Jason Harris had described during his testimony. They found the K-Swiss shoes and the tire iron thrown into a ditch beside the road. Forensic tests confirmed that the DNA found on these items matched both Christopher Harris and the G family. On May 31, 2013, a jury found Christopher Harris guilty of murdering the G family. His sentencing happened on July 19, 2013, where he received 5 consecutive life sentences. In addition, he was sentenced to 30 years for the attempted murder of Tabitha, 30 years for home invasion, and 20 years for robbery. Christopher Harris's defense team tried to argue that he had walked in on Dylan during the murders and acted in self-defense when he killed Dylan. However, this argument was quickly dismissed. In 2013, just before his sentencing, Christopher and his legal team sought a retrial, but their request was denied. Later, in 2019, they filed an appeal with the Appellate Court of Illinois 4th District, but that too was denied. If you think the story ends here, well, not quite. A former cellmate of Chris stepped forward, claiming that Chris had confided in him about the terrible events of that night. This cellmate revealed a story even darker than what Jason had shared. According to him, when Chris arrived at the G home, Rick answered the door. An argument broke out, escalating quickly. When Chris hit Rick with the tire iron, Ruth heard the commotion and rushed in to see what was going on. Sadly, as she entered the room, Chris turned his violent rage on her. In the midst of the chaos, Dylan grabbed a kitchen knife trying to protect his mother, but Chris was too strong, and it was during this intense moment that Jason saw Dylan crash through the window for the first time. In a chilling twist, the cellmate reported that Chris felt no remorse for his actions. In fact, he claimed his only regret was not burning down the house that night, suggesting that if he had, no one would ever know he was responsible for the violence. And let's not forget Nicole. With all the evidence piling up against Chris, she went from defending him to cursing him. Additionally, during the sentencing hearing, Tabitha also delivered an emotional statement that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. She said, "I am 7, and it still breaks my heart. I wish you were dead and my brother's sister and mommy and daddy were alive. You don't sneak up on other people. You have to say sorry, because do you know how badly that broke my heart?" As for Jason, he got a 10-year sentence in exchange for testifying against Chris, with credit for time served. This decision sparked debate. Many questioned if it was fair for someone who played a part in such terrible acts. There were many times that night when Jason could have stepped in to help. He heard Dylan calling out for assistance, begging him to intervene, but he didn't act. However, his testimony helped bring justice for the G family. After the trial, Jason's girlfriend Jennifer and her mother faced probation and fines for hiding evidence. Meanwhile, little Tabitha, who was protected by state troopers during her hospital stay, formed a special bond with them. They painted her toenails, read her stories, and played games, showering her with the love and care she needed. They even threw her a birthday party. Despite going through many surgeries, Tabitha made a remarkable recovery, and fortunately, the head injuries she suffered allowed her to forget the horrific events that took her family away. Tabitha spent some time in foster care, but eventually found a loving home with her sister, Nicole. As the community mourned and tried to heal from this tragic loss, they dedicated a playground in memory of Austin, Dylan, and Justina, creating a space where their spirits could be honored and celebrated. In an interesting twist, in 2014, the show When Murder Comes to Town aired, trying to shed light on the G family murders. Despite interviewing various residents and officers involved in the case, the show leaned heavily on the defense's narrative, suggesting that Dylan was a deeply troubled boy capable of violence. This portrayal sparked outrage among those who had worked on the case. The officers involved wrote an open letter questioning the show's accuracy, particularly how Dylan was portrayed. They emphasized his heroism, stating he wasn't just a victim, but a brave teen who tried to protect his family. I agree with their perspective, as Dylan's actions deserve recognition for his courage in the face of tragedy. What are your thoughts? Was the sentencing fair, or do you believe the accomplices should have received harsher penalties? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.